ever. I believe it to be ever. The first ever tag team boxing match. So looks like we've got that coming up. We've got the first Misfits female champion being crowned as well. So we've got that women's championship, women's flyweight championship that's going to be handed out. There is a fight that's seemingly been cancelled. That is the Walid fight. So Walid taking on Ace Musa. That looks like that has been cancelled. I actually haven't heard the details as to why. I'm sure we'll get it on the kickoff countdown show. That's going to start in around about 40 minutes. So 40 minutes we'll have the countdown kickoff show. I wanted to make sure that we definitely started before that because there might be some stuff obviously happening on that show and then we'll be distracted. And I wanted to get people's thoughts as we continue to build towards the start of this event. So, yeah, we've got a new women's champion that's going to be crowned. We've got first ever tag team boxing fight coming up. We've got some big names in regards to Deen the Great and King Kenny. Both of those are regarded in the pound-for-pound list. So we've got some decent names there. I must admit, there's a couple of fights here that I'm not sure about. Ginty against Halal Ham definitely has had one of the weirder builds. That one, I think, is in the run-in for maybe cringiest fight of the night. I actually haven't seen loads about Godson and Tempo Arts. They've been quite respectful, seemingly, so I don't know much about that one. But I must admit, the rest of it, I mean, obviously the women are fighting for a championship. The tag team match definitely divides opinion. We'll get your thoughts on that. Deen the Great, you know, I mean, that was a really good performance against Walid, and he's got a couple of wins now in Misfits. So he's got a bit of momentum about him. Obviously, the lightweight champion and the lightweight championship is going to be on the line in that fight. King Kenny is right up there, you know, one of the better influencer boxers and someone that deserves respect. I think he should get the win against Ashley from Rak-Su. And then main event, I will say, I think the main event's a little flat. Just a little flat. I just sort of feel like we could have done with maybe a better challenge for Jay Swingler. But I wonder if they're just trying to build some people up. I wonder if they're trying to use this as a way of just building up some names for like some of the future shows. Because Jay Swingler is going to come out of this. I mean, he's already obviously a very famous, very popular social media personality, but he's going to come out of this, I think, with some real momentum. The Telford crowd are going to be lively. It's 3,000 people that are there. You've got to think he's going to have home support, of course. So he's going to get a great reaction. I think he is the better fighter. According to Tapology, 97% of people that voted reckon that Jay Swingler's going to get the win in the main event. 97%. And it's very one-sided. And I think that, you know, fair play to Nick. He is coming in. And I think he's only been boxing for about 6 months. Like, he's coming in. He's going to give this a go. I don't think that too many people are expecting much out of him, though. But a lot of pressure on him coming in and going into that main event. But I think one of the things that really strikes me about these Misfits cards, certainly when there's no KSI or Deji, is that the whole card is the appeal. There's no one that's going to sleep on these early fights and just rock up for the end. You know, there's no one that's going to turn up and just skip all the fights and just go straight to the end. You know, this is definitely one that's going to have people watching from the very beginning. And it's just, that's really interesting because you do not find that with boxing cards. That's just not the way that boxing tends to work. It tends to be that people rock up a bit late. They, you know, the co-main might have something about it. Maybe some of the undercard might have a bit of intrigue, but it's normally all about the main event. Whereas with these cards, the main event is obviously important. I can't say it's more important. I actually think you could make an argument for the tag match being the main event tonight. Or, you know, King Kenny as well, you know, great boxer, as we said. I think he might be in that top 5. I don't know if there is an actual pound-for-pound list, but if there is, King Kenny would be right up there. So, you know, you could make an argument that he could be main eventing this card. Of course, though, it makes sense that it's Jay Swingler because we are in Telford's. But my point remains that I don't think the main event is the be-all and end-all. But, yeah, there's a lot here, and we can jump into it. Tokyo Rampage Ice is going to wreck y'all, said Adrian. Kian, hello, shout out to you. Have you ever considered boxing on Misfits? No, I'm far too over the hill for any of that stuff. So I'll leave it to the youngsters. I was tempted to go down, I must admit, when I found out it was in Telford's, because Telford's actually 20 minutes down the road, 25 minutes. I could be at this place in 20 to 25 minutes down the road. It's my closest. It's the closest, biggest. I don't even know if it's a town or a city, to be honest. I keep saying this. I think it's a city, but I'm not sure. And it's either a big town or a very small city. It's not a massive place. So yeah, I would have been tempted to have gone down, but I'm pleased to be streaming it. I'm pleased to be here doing it. I'm very interested in doing these. Every time I've watched the Misfit shows, I've been very entertained. I said before we did Deji and Mayweather, and I got to tell you, that's one of the worst shows I've ever seen. It was horrific. It was so bad. I've got no interest in watching those Mayweather shows again. I really don't. And it seems like no one else does either, because his last show, which was last weekend, did very, very poorly. So there was little to no one there, little to no interest. And I think that anyone that like really loved watching Mayweather has seen a few of these exhibition fights now and just haven't got enough out of them, to be honest. You know, it's not really a showcase of skill, because if he showcased his skills, he would be ending these people very, very quickly. These are not challenges that are being put in front of him. They're just warm bodies for him to just, you know, promote a fight against, make money and get out of there. And I think people have cottoned on to that. So fair play to Misfits, because I do not feel that way about these cards. These are competitive fights. They might not be the most technical, but they are competitive. There's normally some bad blood going into them. The whole card gets built very well. Like every match, every fight has got a little story to it. Every fight has got like a nice little element to it. And I like that. I've been watching, obviously, the press conference, but all of their kind of build-up interviews as well. And yeah, it's good. They are going about this the absolute right way. And I love the fact they're in Telford as well. Like the fact they've come to this like little place, because Telford is a weird place. It's not somewhere that people tend to bring these kind of shows to, but it does have a little arena that can hold 3,000, and it does have like some conventions, and it does have some like regional boxing and stuff like that. But a show of this scale feels pretty big, to be honest. So yeah, the eyes of the world are on Telford. And that is quite rare. So I'm excited. I am genuinely looking forward to this. And we need to talk about the tag team match as well, because that is going to be pretty crazy. It's not going to be quite like WWE. Obviously, we watch a lot of WWE on the channel. It is a wrestling channel predominantly. And so I am fully aware of tag wrestling rules. And this is going to be a little bit different. Seemingly, you can't attack when the tag is being made. You can't, like, attack the person that's waiting to come in. Like, we see this a lot in wrestling where the person will be stood on the edge of the ring. The other person on the other side will run round, grab their legs, pull them off the apron. They'll start brawling on the outside, you know. This is a tag match, but it's still very much professional boxing. This isn't like we're just throwing all the rules out the window, right? So it's going to be that obviously all the action is in the ring. It's going to be that when this is the key one. This is the, well, there's a couple that I think are important. One, when the tag is being made, the other team cannot interfere, right? So it's not like they're trying to make the tag and they're trying to box with one hand, right? Trying to keep the other person away whilst they make the tag. If they manage to get over to the person, they should be able to cleanly tag in and out, and the opponent cannot interfere in that process. Then as they're changing over, the other person cannot interfere in that process. So they're trying to make this as safe and as smooth as possible, and really making sure that they know that you can't just go in and hit someone as they're like exiting the ring and all this kind of stuff. I think actually when the tag is made, the referee will get the other person to just step back a little bit and like give them the room they need so they can change over. So that, I mean, that seems all right. That seems all right. That's definitely something people, I think, would have been interested in, you know, knowing how is that going to work. The other thing as well is they've said you can't just keep tagging in and out and wasting time, because if the ref deems that you are wasting time, then he can actually take points away from you, and he can actually, like, you know, throw the fight out and all this kind of stuff. There's actually, you know, quite heavy repercussions for if he believes you're time wasting. So I'm really split on this. I'm really split on it. I don't like sitting on the fence, and I don't want to sit on the fence on this. I'm going to say that if I had to choose right now, like, do I want to see this match tonight or do I not? I do want to see it. I do want to see it. I want to know if it works. I want to know if it's is it a bad idea? It feels like a bad idea, but we might see it and it might be brilliant. It might be brilliant. It might work. You know, I would imagine the first person that put peanut butter and jelly together maybe wasn't totally convinced by the combination, but clearly it worked, as it's a very popular sandwich in America. So, yeah, I am definitely down for seeing it. I think they've got the right people involved as well. I think Pineda being in there brings legitimacy. If this was 4 completely useless, completely embarrassing, cringy, like, YouTubers, like, really, you know, the ones that just when they talk, you think afterwards, I wish you hadn't. If it was just 4 of them just being chucked into this, let's see how it goes, I think this would be a disaster. But because it's Pineda and he's so over and people so love him, and B-Dave as well, I think B-Dave's got some real credibility. He obviously took on a mystery opponent, didn't know who it was going to be, gave a good account of himself, all things considered. I think he's got like a lot of credibility in the bank. Pineda people love. Doesn't really matter as to who they're facing, but Ice Poseidon, Anthony Vargas, they seem to be pretty popular. Like, they seem to be pretty credible. Haven't seen loads about them. Vargas in particular has admitted he's done little to no training. I don't know how true that is, but it doesn't really matter, to be honest, because as I said, with Pineda involved, you're already going to have people's attention that have been watching Misfits. You're already going to have people. So, yeah, I'm down for it. I'm definitely down for seeing it. Might not work. Could work. To be honest, as long as people are safe and as long as, like, no one gets seriously injured, then, yeah, fine. Let's go for it. Let's do it, because got to try these things, haven't you? Got to try these things. I would imagine the first time they tried tag team wrestling, there was probably lots of grumbles and mumbles about it being a disgrace and all this kind of stuff. So let's try it. Let's see. Could be a bright new future. The fight cancelled due to Ace Musa failing an MRI scan, says Bob. Thank you, Bob. Pineda and B-Dave are going to shred Degeneration Ice, says Angel Unknown. Roseblood said, this is a build-up for a card for some fights, Jay, where Kenny are all one-sided fights. Yeah, I think that we could be seeing some build-up of some... and to be honest, that's all right. Do you know what I mean? That's all right. Like, having some fighters go out. I mean, look, Anthony Joshua's going to be taking on Franklin soon. He ain't doing that because he's trying to test himself against the very best. He's doing it because he wants to bounce back from 2 defeats that have stung and hurt, and he wants to get some momentum going again, and he wants to raise his profile a little bit again in people's eyes, and, you know, get back into the winning groove, kind of, you know, find some mega fights out there. I don't know what the future holds for Anthony Joshua, but, you know, this is where he is at the moment. And we've seen Tyson Fury doing the same. You know, he took on Chisora. I mean, Chisora was not in the running. Chisora was, you know, there was much more challenging opponents for him to have faced. But this is what you see all the time in boxing. This is just, what happens where, you have these one-sided fights just to pad records, get a bit of momentum. Do you know what I mean? Like, build some stars up, make their brands bigger. And in fact, that's been a big talking point here. Jay Swingler's kind of said the same. He's going to use this fight to make his brand bigger. And Nick's turned around and said, I've got no interest in helping you do that. And so Nick is going to try and do his best to make sure that doesn't happen. So I kind of feel like that has even been a bit of a narrative coming into this. I don't mind it. It obviously it would be better if we did have a main event that was Deen the Great versus Walid. I think everyone wants to see that fight again now after what happened at the press conference. So, if that was the main event tonight, it would be extra spicy. But, look, the great thing is we're going to get one of these cards every month. So you just build some people up and then collide them down the roads. I'm sure we will get Deen the Great and Walid going up against each other. But we're just going to have to wait a while for that. So, I don't disagree. But they've chucked on some big names. They've chucked in the first ever tag match. They've chucked in the first ever women's championship. Heavyweights as well. I mean, Tempo Arts is £282. I mean, that is serious. That is serious. That's I think I'm right in saying that's about £30 heavier than Cyril Gane is going to be in the main event of UFC later on today. And that's for the heavyweight championship in UFC. And we've got Tempo Arts coming in £30 over that. So kind of mental. He's a big boy. He even refers to himself as obese. Did you see on the press conference, he was calling himself obese? Apparently he does it quite a bit. He's trying to lose more weight. And once he gets down to a certain level, then he'll stop calling himself obese. But I haven't seen much build for that fight, to be honest. There's a few things, notes that I've got written down for that. 94% of people think Tempo Arts is going to win that one. And that's the one that opens the show. Derek, shout out to you. J14 said, isn't this taking place near you? It is, 25 minutes down the road. I mean, Telford is where I go for, all my kind of big shopping and all that kind of stuff. Any toy hunts we've done on the channel, they have all come recently. And I'd say probably for the past couple of years, actually, all from Telford as well. I've never actually been in the building that this is happening in. That's something that I keep meaning to do. But to be honest, the kind of events that go on there tends to be a lot of exhibitions. There tends to be a lot of regional boxing and things along those lines. Telford doesn't get these kind of big shows. It's not like a steady stream of just like pop stars and massive names that are coming through at all. So it really is out the ordinary. It really is very strange. I'm sat here near Telford saying it's very weird that this is coming from Telford. And that's been joked about, actually. There's been plenty of comments saying, if you don't know where Telford is, don't worry, we didn't either, but here we are. I think it's really cool, though. I mean, look, a 3,000 seater arena is, it's an all right size arena. I know it's not the O2, but this card doesn't have KSI. It doesn't have Dead G. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that kind of a card. It's just a fun little offering this month. And honestly, if they can make this financially work for them, then this is brilliant, isn't it? Every month, you're going to get like a little show somewhere. I think they've got plans to go to Ibiza and do all stuff like that. So I know they've got some big things in the works. So yeah, it's close. I'm genuinely looking forward to it. I'm intrigued by some of these matchups. The build has absolutely grabbed me. And what I like as well is that it's just a fun stream. Do you know what I mean? We're just here to have some fun. Like, we don't have to worry about taking it all super, super serious, because like some of the fighters do take it super, super serious. But then some of the fighters clearly don't. You know, as I said, Ginty and Halal Ham, like some of the builds there has been, I mean, I don't think I'm alone in saying it's been pretty cringe at times. But, you know, it just adds to the spectacle, doesn't it? How do I form a tag team with 2 weeks' notice? How do you form a tag team with 2 weeks' notice? I mean, like, they have had to come in as a replacement, haven't they? I don't know as to what kind of boxing experience they've got. I mean, certainly not Anthony Vargas. He's said he's had little to no training recently. We know that Ice Poseidon obviously has competed before. He lost at Misfits 3. So, like, you know, he's got some boxing experience. I think they've probably just got a list of names that they can turn to. But seemingly they couldn't find anyone for Walid. Walid was obviously looking for a fight, looking for an opponent. And Ace Musa, this was my time. 20 minutes down the road, in the kind of peak physical condition that I'm in, I could have been there. I could have been boxing on this show. But no, it's taken on... it was taken on Ace Musa, and Ace Musa, unfortunately, not able to compete. And so that fight has fallen through, sadly. But as we said, I think we were all hoping to see Walid against Deen the Great in the future anyway. I don't know that this fight really was grabbing that many people's attention. Felt like this was going to be a win for Walid. Felt pretty straightforward for him, to be honest. So I don't think it's the biggest loss in the world. Do you think KSI will still fight Jake? Says Bratty. I do, but yeah, I do. I do, because I think there's lots of money to be made. I think in regards to the fans of KSI and Jake, it really doesn't matter if KSI loses, and it really doesn't matter if Jake Paul loses in regards to if this fight happens or not, because at the end of the day, we're talking about two of the biggest social media personalities in the world, and it feels like most people have picked a side. Most people are either Team Jake or they're Team KSI. And so it doesn't really matter if Jake loses to Tommy, and it doesn't really matter if KSI loses to, I don't know, Woodley, right? I don't actually know if that's who he's facing, by the way, but he did put a tweet out saying, I'm going to do what Jake couldn't in May. And a few people were thinking that means Tommy Fury. I don't know that it means Tommy Fury. I'm wondering if it means Woodley, and that he's going to beat Woodley at the first time of asking, because obviously Jake couldn't beat Woodley first time. It took him 2 tries. Well, he did beat him, but he beat him by decision. So is KSI going to face Woodley and try and stop Woodley in his first encounter? That's something Jake didn't do. But anyway, that's by the by. It doesn't really matter if Jake loses. Doesn't really matter if KSI loses. If you're Team KSI or Team Jake Paul, you are going to say your guy is the better. And as you said, you know, they can lose fights, but it still won't answer which one is better. They are going to have to face each other for us to figure out which one is the better boxer. And so that fight will always make money. That fight will always have intrigue. Even if they both lose their next 2 fights, I don't see it as a massive problem. KSI has got such a big following. Prime is such a massive success. Misfits is such a massive success. Honestly, even if he loses his next 2 fights, and the same for Jake Paul, they still sell out Wembley. They still sell out Wembley, and they still get a really good pay-per-view number. The only thing that it would affect, or may affect, is some of those casuals that aren't really, like, you know, involved in that war as to who is better. They're not really involved in that. And so for them, they just want to see, like, someone get knocked out, or they want to see someone's go, or something along those lines. So obviously, if they both start suffering lots of losses, then it could affect that. But to be honest, I would imagine the amount of fans that they've both bring anyway, that alone would be more than enough. More than enough for this to be a sizable event. So yeah, I've got no concerns that fight takes place later this year. Ace Musa was the replacement. He was, yeah. I heard they were trying to find a replacement for the replacement. because Ace Musa is out now. So I saw an interview. I cannot remember if it was, I think it was late last night. I saw an interview with Walid where he said they were trying to find another fighter for him, a replacement for the replacement. But I've not seen anything listed on any of the official cards. So I can only imagine that means that no replacement was found, unfortunately. So doesn't look like we're getting Walid, but he's going to be there. And I've got no doubt in my mind that he's going to make his presence felt during the Deen the Great fight. Maybe not during it, but like, I mean, whilst Deen's out there, like there'll be some shouting, there'll be a confrontation, something will be thrown. He'll try and get to him. Something's going to happen. I'm fairly confident of that. So, yeah. Chris Rogers, shout out to you, buds. Felix said, have you heard Logan wants Tommy? Tommy is going to get humbled again, said Felix. Yeah, I have heard that. I think that would be an interesting fight, actually, because I don't quite know where Logan is. I saw Logan on one of his podcasts saying that he still believes that he is the best influencer boxer because, you know, of his performance against Mayweather. And he really believes that he is obviously, I mean, he's got a natural size to him. He's been training a lot as well. He's kept up his training. I don't know that it's been as intense as the training that KSI is doing or Jake's doing, because he's not got like an opponent in mind. But he was not long ago looking to have a fight with Andrew Tate. So, you know, that was something that he was thinking about. But he put a video out saying that he decided against it because he didn't want to give Andrew Tate that kind of a platform. So he actually decided against doing that fight. But it seems like he's been open to the idea of having a fight. I think he was meant to have a fight. I can't remember when, like early this year. And then obviously he picked up a slight injury with WWE. And so that kind of scuppered those plans. So I think boxing is something that he's wanted to get back to. It's something that he's continued training for. And honestly, I mean, that was a decent performance against Mayweather. I mean, you have to say better than decent. The only question is, did Mayweather allow Logan to get to the end of that fight? You know, was it Logan's ability was good enough to keep Mayweather from stopping him? Or was it a case that he was carried by Mayweather, basically? Because Mayweather knew, I need to take this guy seriously. He's a big guy. I know that he's going to be like, you know, and so was Mayweather like extra cautious? Because Mayweather in that environment absolutely just does not want to get knocked out, right? So just play it super, 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 super safe. Win the fight, you know, and take it distance and whatever, right? It is what it is. It doesn't affect Mayweather's records. It gives Logan something to brag about. Who cares? Like, you know, we'll never know. And even Logan said after that fight, I'm not being mean, even Logan said himself, I'll never truly know if Mayweather carried me to this decision or if I did achieve it on my own. But obviously, as time's gone by, like it's given him loads of confidence. And yeah, I could understand him calling out Tommy. I would definitely watch that. I mean, it's a great story, isn't it? You know, him trying to stand up for his brother. The only thing is, I just don't think he's been training as intensely as Tommy and as intensely as Jake. And I think his size makes it interesting. He's bigger, but I mean, with a good camp behind him, it could be interesting. Tommy, I think, would be favorite. I think Tommy opened some eyes in that fight, but it'd be interesting. I'd definitely watch that. Rowan said, call me out so that we can make some money. I'm broke. Yeah, it's I don't know how well it pays, to be honest. I've heard conflicting reports as to how much they get paid for these kind of things, but yeah, I don't think it's going to change your life kind of money, unfortunately. Not unless you're getting to like KSI level. Wasn't Logan knocked out while standing up against Mayweather, said Sneaks. He definitely took damage. I don't know that he was knocked out, but he definitely got stunned a few times. And I think there was a round or two that, you know, kind of definitely felt like he was under quite a bit of pressure. But by and large, it was not a bad performance from him, in all fairness. I just think if I'm going to be brutally honest, I think it was more Mayweather not wanting to risk things and just really not putting the foot on the gas. I think if Mayweather had gone for it and Mayweather had really, like, you know, he's always been a very good defensive boxer, Mayweather. He's always been defense first. But I think if he was to have just took a few more risks, just put the foot down a little bit more and got Logan under a bit more pressure, I think he definitely could have found that finish. But I don't think he was motivated to find the finish. And I don't think that he was wanting to take risks when he didn't need to. And to be honest, you know, it had a big build. There was a lot of eyes on it. And so to take it the distance was probably good business as well. You know, give the fans, like, make the fans feel like they got their money's worth out of it, rather than it being like an early stoppage or something. So I don't know. I must admit, I'm very torn on it as well. I don't want to play down Logan's achievements. I want to make sure he gets the credit that he deserves, but it's just hard to know what the truth is. It's hard to know exactly what happened and if he was carried or not. But obviously, that's not really important unless he does get another boxing fight. Because right now, I think he's got some credibility in the bank, Logan, in all fairness. So I would definitely be down, as I said, for seeing him against Tommy. And I really like the story of him trying to stand up for his brother. I think that's something that, like, casual fans can relate to as well. So it's good. It would sell. It would do all right, that would. In the rematch for Tommy versus Jake, apparently if Jake loses to Tommy, the match between KSI Jake will not happen. KSI's manager confirmed it, says Kian. Yeah, I did see this. I mean, I don't really buy it, to be honest. I mean, they are just trying to play games, I think, to be honest. I think they're trying to just get into they know that is, I mean, this is the whole reason for KSI coming back. The whole reason for KSI coming back is Jake Paul. He's said that, you know, as soon as he's beat Jake Paul, that's it. From what I've seen, he's not made noises about trying to be a world champion or anything along those lines. He is back to beat Jake Paul. That's the whole point for KSI coming back, and that's his goal. That's what he's working towards. That's what he wants to achieve. I find it really, I don't really care what his manager says. I find it really hard to believe that that fight would be cancelled, because, you know, that's the whole motivation for KSI. Like, what does KSI do after this? I mean, I'm sure, like, just having fights and you know, picking up some money as he's going along is good, and I'm sure he's enjoying it. But what would the end goal be? What are you working towards? You know, beating FaZe Templar and taking on Tyron Woodley and all this kind of stuff, brilliant. But what are you trying to achieve? There's got to be an end goal. And if it's not going to be a world title, because that's what Jake wants. Jake's come out and said that he wants to be a world champion. So if it's not going to be a world championship, what's the motivation? What's it going to be? And as I said, KSI's was always facing Jake Paul. So for them to turn around and say, oh, well, that fight's not going to happen if Jake loses, right? That, to me, just feels, and I could be wrong, but it does feel to me like it's just mind games. It's just psychological warfare, you know? They're just putting a bit of pressure on, raising the stakes a little bit, you know, trying to play games with Jake. I mean, honestly, if Jake did lose and they sat down and negotiated that fight, and, you know, the numbers were being discussed and, you know, the fans start talking, I don't buy it, buds. I don't buy it that fight wouldn't happen. It's too big. I mean, they can sell out Wembley with that fight. I've got no doubt about that whatsoever. I mean, this influencer boxing scene, not that Jake's really an influencer boxer now, but just this influencer boxing scene and what we're seeing with Misfits and everything, it's got to be as big as it's ever been. I mean, it's got to be. It's not like it's declined. It's getting bigger. It's really getting momentum now, and it's a very exciting time to be in the space. It really is. So, you know, this is the fight everyone wants to see. they pride themselves on creating fights that the fans want to see. That's something that they've always said is, what they aim to do. Give the fans the fights they want. And listen, is there a fight people want more than KSI and Jake Paul? I don't think so. I think that is the one. That is the pinnacle. And honestly, I will be stunned, absolutely stunned. Whatever happens, I will be stunned if we don't get it. Money makes the world go round, and there is big money in that fight. Big money in that fight. Carlin, 1985 Gareth says, hello, everyone. Hope everyone is well today. Doing good, man. It's a busy day today. We've got a countdown show starting in about 5 minutes' time. And then I think it's like straight after the stream, we go straight into a UFC stream. There might even be a bit of overlap. But yeah, we cross over. We've got 2 big streams today. Then tomorrow, we've got like a wrestling show. Then Monday, we've got Raw, which is massive. And then on Tuesday, NXT, which is massive. We've just got big things coming up at the moment. Busy time. WrestleMania season as well. That's about a month away. So we've got that coming up. So lots going on at the moment. Very exciting time on the channel. Retribution said, I've tweeted you something. It's new DAZN pricing. It's gone from $7.99 to $19.99, which is more than double and is ridiculous. Wow. Has it really? It's gone to $19.99 a month. Wow. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. I haven't seen that news. That is quite the rise, isn't it? That really is. Have they given any kind of breakdown as to for that or anything? The zone is $19.99 now. I don't know that it is, to be honest. I have no idea. When I signed up, it was $7.99. If they've changed the price, then that's caught me off guard. See other plans. Don't know. At the moment, when I look at the plans, it says $9.99. So $9.99. $9.99 or $99.99 for a year. So perhaps they mistyped it. Perhaps they mean $9.99, not 90. That's a hell of a jump if you go from $7.99 to $19.99. But yeah, I haven't seen any news on that. What's your dream celebrity boxing dream match? Wrestle with Andy. Hello, hope you're well, buds. Dream celebrity match. Put in yours. That's a good question for everyone, isn't it? What is your dream celebrity match? I must admit, and this is going to come to the surprise of no one that watches the channel, I'm not brilliant when it comes to like celebrity culture. It's not really my world, and I don't really know any. I can't really give you any names that are in the popular kind of sphere. I mean, I think all the celebrities I know are probably about 20 years out of date. So probably not going to be why, I could say Doja Cat. Go Doja Cat versus Cardi B. Go that. There's a new girl on the scene who I've only seen like on people swooning over her on Twitter, like, Queen and all this kind of stuff. She's got like orange hair in like an afro, and she's like a new singer or something. Can't remember her name. I don't know. She's new on the scene, and people are going mental over her, and she's probably in the charts at the moment. But I'll go her against Doja Cat. See, I'm with the kids. I know what's going on. I'm right there. I am right there. Ice Spice. Yeah, that's her name. TTIG. Ice Spice, Ice Spice, right? The best of all the Spice Girls, Ice Spice, baby. Ba-ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-ba-dum, bum. Yeah, Ice Spice. I've not heard any music of Ice Spice, right? I mean, even Ice Spice makes me think of I Spy, right? I've not heard anything. I bet it's awesome, right? Genuinely, I bet it's good. I bet I would like it, but I've not heard anything. But all I've seen is people just losing their minds. You know, when like stands go like OTT. Like, yeah, I've been seeing a lot of that. Queen and all this kind of stuff. Saw her climb up on top of a basketball hoop and put a backside into it. And that was it. That was the end of the video. And all the comments were like, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen. I can't believe she did that. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen. I was like, I don't understand. Literally, she got helped up onto a basketball hoop and then she like put her backside into the hoop and everyone's like freaking out in the comments. I'm like, man, this world is so wild. This is a wild world that we live in. So I'll go her. Ice Spice versus that basketball hoop. Right, we are in Telford then. Swingler versus Nick. Do you pronounce it NICHLMAO or NICHLMAO? I'm not sure. I might just call him Nick for short. My dream celeb fight is Wrestling Days versus Wrestle with Andy, said Sean. We would be a tag team, to be honest. I would team up with Wrestle with Andy. Retribution said, I never knew you was unaware. I was shocked to see you streaming. It's a rip-off. It's $19.99 for new customers. It's crazy. No, I don't know. I just haven't seen anything. No, I wasn't aware. It says, I mean, I don't really get that. So what? It's $9.99 for me because I can buy a thing now that makes it £100 a year, and I'd have it for a year. Perhaps this is a new thing they've got. So if you really want to watch Misfits, you're going to have to take that initial hit of like 20 quid, and then afterwards it's $9.99 maybe. I don't know. The event is in Telford. No wonder you're streaming it. That's in your hometown, just down the roads. Yeah, just down the roads. But hello to Chris. Hope you are well. Justin said my dream match is LeBron James versus Roman Reigns. Both are my favorites. But my dream match is Vince versus Everyone Is Done Wrong. It's gonna be a battle royal. New music is trash these days, said Retribution. No, Lube. The $9.99 price is only if you buy it for a year. The $9.99 price is only if you buy it for a year. Well, listen, guys, look, as much fun as it is talking about the DAZN price structure, I think we need to turn our attention back to the show because it is the countdown show. We've seen this before. We've got Slim out there, Wade out there. I don't know the guy that's the main presenter. I've never actually caught his name, but he's really good. I really like him. I think he does a fantastic job. So, yeah, good. It's a good setup, actually. They're just showing where we were for the last one with Misfits 4 and that card, which was such a success. Seemed to really have like a good energy to it, a good buzz to it. Salt Pappy as well has really made a name for himself. Louis Theroux was in the crowds. Deji was there, of course. Holly Willoughby was there. All the stars were out. All the stars. It was a pretty stacked night, but this is where these cards become really important because obviously tonight, even though we've got some like setup fights and we've got some fights that are going that are maybe a bit one-sided, what we're doing is we're building people for these kinds of cards. You know, when we go back to the O2 or when we go over to America and we do a big show over there, then, you know, that we've got these people that have been built up that can go over, and we can start doing some of the dream matches, you know. As I said, I think King Kenny, I think Deen the Great, I think Jay Swingler, I think they're all going to come out of this with plenty of momentum. And in all fairness, whoever wins out of AJ and Astrid, whoever becomes that women's flyweight champion, they're going to have a lot of momentum as well. So, yeah, this could be a star-making night tonight. This could be where we really cement some of these names in a pound-for-pound list. Dream celeb match, Gordon the Gopher against Ed the Duck, says Tony. Zane Den Whitey, shout out to you, dude. How about this? Your dream boxing match. Well, if I could watch two boxers, what would be my dream boxing match? I would probably want to see... To be honest, I'd want to see some of the legends, some of the greats. I mean, I'd want to see Rocky Marciano and like put him in there against, I don't know, putting him in there against Fury would be awesome. Like Tyson Fury, and just seeing like arguably the greatest of all time in there against arguably the greatest right now. Obviously, Muhammad Ali going in there as well would be pretty cool. You could put Ali in there. I feel like Ali, you'd want him to have the right sort of dancing partner, though, you know? You'd want him to go in there with I mean, putting him in there with Tyson Fury would be fine. I'd have no problems with watching that fight, but I don't know. I mean, there's so many greats. I grew up loving Prince Nassim. And I'd love to see him, like, come back. It's a shame that he's not able to do, like, some exhibition fights. Prince Nassim, if he came back in shape and had one final fight, like an exhibition fight, that would be sick. That would be so good. So, yeah, I'd love to see that like that. But he's not going to do that. He is still around, but he's just about 5 times the size he used to be. And honestly, we've seen that if people, when they get to a certain age, they really shouldn't be doing exhibition fights. Like watching Holyfield in that exhibition fight a few years ago was pretty hard to watch, to be honest. That was not a good watch at all. He really, really did not look good. I think who was he up against? Is it Vitor Belfort? And yeah, he got smashed, man. He got smashed. So yeah. Shrewsbury, just down the road, 25 minutes. If you go in that direction, you get to Shrewsbury. If you go in that direction, you get to Telford. If you go in that direction, you get to Stoke. If you go in that direction, you get, I don't know where you get actually, but you get somewhere. But there's a lot of places around by me that are like 20, 25 minutes away. One of them being Telford. Daisy's fat shaming. Yeah, I am fat shaming Prince Nassim. Yeah. I'm going to fat shame. Bother to cancel me. I could do with a break. What is Kia's favourite treat, says William. Anything she can eat. Literally anything she can eat is her favourite treat. She'll have anything. Johnny said it's going to be a long day. Joe said Carl Froch against Joe Calzaghe. Nice. You'll be the only one watching this on your own, as none of us are going to fork out $19.99, said Retribution. Dakota said Chris Rock against Will Smith would be crazy. Neo Brothers said, where can I watch these fights? Well, I mean, they are on DAZN. I don't know if that's the same in America. I don't know. I'm guessing it is. DAZN that carry it over in America as well. In regards to like illegal streams, I genuinely don't know. Certainly not on YouTube would be my answer, because YouTube are pretty good at cracking down on those things. I couldn't tell you about TikTok or Twitch though. I really don't know. Wolverhampton. Wolverhampton is a little bit further away. It's not too far though. I think we looked and it's my closest football grounds, like big Premier League football grounds at Molineux in Wolves. Yeah, it's all around the same area. Prince Nassim is a beast. That's just a scientific fact, said Retribution. Who's your pick for tonight? It's hard to bet against JJ. I have got. Let's have a little look what we've got here. So yeah, I've got Jay Swingler in the main event for this card. I've got King Kenny. I've got Deen the Great. I've got Luis Pineda and B Dave. I don't know between the women. I feel like Astrid Wet is probably the favorite, but I don't know. We'll have to see there. There's a little bet. I don't know if you saw the bet, but whoever loses has got to change their name on social media. So if Astrid Wet loses, she's got to change her social media names to Astrid Wet Wipe. And if AJ Bunker loses, she's got to change it to AJ Flunker. So they've got to change like their names over. So just a little extra there for you. Ginty against Halal Ham. I cannot get a read of that. I can't. The build has been so cringe. I just don't know. I don't know. I'm just going to watch it and just see what happens. If I really had to pick a side, I'll say Ginty. But I'm not sure. And then Tempo Arts against Godson. They've been really quiet. So I can't get a read of that either. I don't know. I mean, that is a bit of the unknown, to be honest. So, I mean, I might go Tempo Arts because I've seen him fight before. In regards to the main card, we won't go through the whole UFC card, but I've got John Jones with him. I think he's got crazy experience. He's been away. There could be some ring rust. I think that could be a factor. It might take him a little bit of while to just get into the rhythm of the fight. We'll have to see. That's a really interesting one. Valentina Shevchenko, I think this is one of her easiest fights. I've got Ratmanov beating Jeff Neal. I've got Gamrot against Turner. And I think the whole world is on Bo Nickel winning his debut. So, yeah, we've got that. I've got Cody Garbrandt. I've got Duplessis, Vivian Araujo, Marc-Andre Barrio, Ian Gary. Might as well go through him. Semon. I've got him. I've got Tabitha Ritchie. I've got Basharat. I've got Radchabov as well. So there we go. That's the UFC and Misfits. There's a lot of fights that we haven't even started yet. We've got so many fights to watch tonight. It's going to be a long, long road. This is not a sprint. This is a marathon. As we go to commercial break. So they were just chatting away. Elle Brooke just came out. They were talking to her. They were just running through the fights that we've got tonight. Obviously, we've seen the build. We know what's going down. They were just running through that. And now we've got an advert just for the fights that are going to be on DAZN. So they're just running through those. Retribution said UFC is going to be a blast tonight. Francesco said the card for UFC is stacked. Penn is fighting tonight. Also, the big-ass blonde afro white dude, my fight to watch, says William. Harry said, has the fight started yet? No, nothing has started yet, buds. Tony said, my dream celebrity match would be David Brent and the Swindon boss. Good pick. Good pick. Jones is 248. He is. He's got a good size to him, doesn't he, Jones? He looks all right. I actually think he carries that extra weight not too badly. He's clearly not looking as slim and toned and trim as he was when he was fighting at light heavyweight. But then I don't think anyone was expecting that. He's carrying an extra 50-odd pounds. More, actually. So, yeah, I think he carries it okay. But the card is stacked. We should do a $1 super chat donation with Kia being happy. She gets a treat video, says William. Listen, Kia is fine. Trust me. She has enough treats. She's not struggling. Pineda and B-Dave have got more experience than those two fools that they're fighting, said Justin. Yeah, it's going to be, honestly, I mean, I don't know how you feel about it. I am very intrigued to see how that fight is going to go. I mean, first ever tag match. My only concern with it is that it could be dangerous. That's my number one concern. And you know, I think the ref, and I've made this comment a few times, I think the ref is going to have to really be on it. The ref is going to have to really make sure that he's ready to step in when things are like not going a certain way, like when things are starting to slip and things are starting to go against the fighter. Like we might have to step in just that little half a beat earlier than normal. I do worry about one fighter being like pretty shattered, not being able to make the tag. The other team are quite fresh. They've maybe tagged quite a lot. And so like, I do worry about the health of like one of the fighters. If we get into that, I mean, if both teams are tagging in and out and we've got two fresh fighters coming in all the time, maybe it'll be all right. Maybe that'll work out. Maybe that'll be fine. But you've got to think like worst case scenario with these things. And I just think, what if someone's in there, they're not over by the corner? Because obviously they're not always going to be over by that corner. They're going to circle around. They could be over the other side. The other team could be tagging in and out. The other team could even have a strategy. We haven't even spoken about this, but we see it in wrestling. They could have a strategy whereby they try to put themselves between the two opponents and then prevent the tag from happening. And then that way they can keep the other person away and not making the tag and, you know, find a way of quickly making a tag. I'm not sure if when that tag is being made, if the referee is going to tell the other person to back away a little bit, could that other person make a tag in that moment? Could it be that they can then go and just make that tag? I don't know. I genuinely don't know if that's how it's going to work. Or is it going to be a case that, like, I've got to think that the option would be there. I've got to think that it would be available to the other team as well. I don't know. It's difficult until I see it. It's going to be very, very difficult. My concern is that one person is going to be prevented from making the tag. One person is going to get worn down. They're going to be, like, shattered. They're going to be, like, feeling it. And they're going to be, like, there for the taking, basically. And this is what I'm saying. The ref is going to have to step in, jump in, make sure he's getting in there quickly so that we don't get anything, like, you know, disastrous happening. Are they doing tag in UFC? No, they're doing it tonight, though, in the boxing. First ever boxing tag match tonight. Do they hold a tag rope, said Tony. I don't believe so. I don't think there's a tag rope. I think they've actually said they've got to stand well away. So I think they will be on the edge of the ring apron. And I think when the boxers come over, they actually have to take a step backwards. Like, they can't be standing on the edge of the ring because they would be interfering potentially with the ropes, wouldn't they? Because they'd be standing right next to them. So when someone comes over, they've got to take like a step back. So I don't think there's going to be a tag rope or anything. They haven't said that there'll be a tag rope. It's going to be a mess how you tag. Yeah, the tagging part, I think, will be okay because they've been quite clear in the rules that when you go over and make the tag, you touch gloves. So when you touch gloves and you make that tag, the referee will ensure that you are not jumped, you're not being hit, you're not in any danger. He'll get the other opponent like away, and so that you can change over. I suppose my question is, in that moment, can the other team make a tag? Because I sort of feel like this is a big part of tag team wrestling. You know what I mean? A big part of tag team wrestling is, or like tagging and keeping like the fresh person in and wearing your opponent down. So if when you make a tag, the other team is allowed to just go and make a tag, that'll take away. I really feel like that will take away from what's happening. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like the drama will be decreased. I don't know. I don't know how it's going to work. We need to watch it. We need to watch it. Those real little details, we'll have to wait and see. We are just backstage walking around. Elle Brooke is bumping into a few fighters and just doing a few little backstage interviews as she's walking about. WWE Misfits Days, I know Pully Arif. I follow him on TikTok. I think he's going to lose. He's not the best from what I've seen, says Edwards. Edward, hello. Shout out to you. Tony said, tag inboxing is massive. What a crazy idea. I wonder who came up with the tag boxing idea. I think it was probably KSI, since Logan is working for WWE. To be honest, I mean, I feel like these are ideas and things that people have had for a long time. I don't feel like this is an idea that people have gone, wow, we've never thought of this before. I feel like it's something that friends have said. I mean, I can't remember if I've ever mentioned it to my friends before, but the idea of, like, could you imagine if they had tag boxing? Like, they've got tag team wrestling. If you watch wrestling, the idea of that being in UFC, like, I've heard people saying, oh, have you imagined if they have tag teams in UFC, for example? So, like, I think the idea is something that's kind of been around for a long time, and it's been spoken about by a lot of people. But Misfits are the ones that are the first to actually go out there and do it and see how it works. And to be honest, I don't know that they've quite got all the answers to everything, but we'll see. As long as it's safe, that's obviously the most important thing. But as I said, for me, I think if you're tagging and the referee is keeping your opponent away, and in that moment the opponent is also allowed to tag, I think that is going to take away a little bit, just because there's no strategy then. There's no strategy really to what's happening. The only thing is that if one fighter is, like, losing the match, they can just tag out, and then the fresher person can come in. Maybe the better person can come in. So there's maybe a little bit of strategy in that regard. But a big part of tag team wrestling is working on your opponent, tagging in and out, not letting them tag out, because you're obviously trying to wear them down. So this is my point. Like, is that going to be allowed? Or when you're tagging, if they're allowed to tag at the same time, that's obviously going to be something that's going to take away a bit of the drama. But I don't know. We'll see. There's plenty of people that are split on the idea anyway. I mean, it's not something that people are crazy about. Tag team boxing came from two drunk people at a bar, said Tony. Kieran said, are you doing UFC later? Yeah, we're doing UFC later. I think it starts straight after this finishes. So there could be a little bit of overlap. It could be a case that this finishes and then that starts. But, it'll be whatever it'll be. We'll just do it when we get to it. Brian said, tag team boxing is one of the most insanely idiotic concepts I've ever heard. At no point in the rambling, incoherent idea did they come up with anything that would be considered irrational thoughts. I get your point. But why is it? Why does it give you that response? My first response to it is that it could be dangerous. But when you actually think about it, you think, like, well, is it going to be dangerous? Like, is it any different to one person just having a big advantage over the other person, wearing them down? And as I said, I don't even know if when that one team tags out, the other team might be allowed to tag out as well. So really, I don't know. I'm really split on it. I don't know. My gut tells me that it's not a good idea. But I equally can't sit here and say why. I couldn't say that it's a bad idea because of this reason. I don't know. Edward said, would you do crossover boxing? No. Full Fat Milk said, well, if they tag in between rounds, they're allowed to do that. They can do that. They can tag in between rounds, but they can tag during the fight as well. So, that's tagging in between rounds is acceptable also. Rambling Rabbit, Mercy the Buzzard as a tag team. Where is the fight coming from? Said Welsh Boy. It's coming from Telford's, just up the roads. Early prelims on Fight Pass, said William, for UFC. Yes. What time? 2:30 Pacific time. I don't know how that translates to the other ones, to be honest. As I said, I think there's going to be a bit of a crossover between the end of this and the start of the early prelims. But yeah, it'll be we'll be all right. We won't, if we do miss anything, it won't be much. How excited are you for the Jones Garm fights? I'm excited. The only thing I would say is that because of it being this Misfits card as well, it's kind of a bit different. Like if we were just doing UFC, then I would just be dialed in on UFC and that would be it. But because we're doing this Misfits card as well, I mean, honestly, I'm genuinely intrigued by the tag team thing. Everything in my body tells me it's a bad idea. But as I said, I can't sit here and actually explain why. I can't sit here and if someone was to go, why is it a bad idea? I don't know. I don't know. It's just not the done thing. Like you know, it should be two people facing each other to find out who the best is. That would be my answer. But we have that. It's boxing. So why can't we have a different form of boxing where we have like specialist tag teams? We have people that are maybe not quite good enough to become, you know, like champions in a singles division, but as a team that work well together, that, you know when to tag in and out, know when their energy is depleted, can tag out, can like hopefully recover quickly. Like, you know, perhaps there's people in this world that are built for like a tag team form of boxing, just like in wrestling, where you've got a lot of people that are maybe not going to really do much in a singles division, but in a tag division, they shine. They do really, really well, you know. Look at, for those wrestling fans, look at FTR. So FTR, where you've got two wrestlers, which I don't think it's unfair to say would struggle to get to the top of, like, you know, WWE. You know, they're not going to be beating Roman Reigns and people like this. Like, they would struggle to go to those levels. But as a tag team, you can make an argument that they're just the best in the world right now. No one can touch them. They're just absolutely fantastic. They found what they were meant to do, basically. They were meant to be a tag team. I wonder if boxing could be similar. But equally, every fiber in my body, just like we've seen comments coming in saying similar, tells me that it's a bad idea. So I don't know. I just cannot get a read of it. And I promise you, I am not just saying this to like hype up the event or like, you know, get people excited or whatever it is, right? I promise you, I'm not just saying this. I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know if it's a good or a bad idea. As I said, my gut feeling tells me it's a bad idea, but I can't say why. Full Fat Milk said, I'd like to thank you. You made me a fan of UFC and boxing. Started watching your UFC watch-alongs when I was in hospital over a year ago. Thank you. You're a legend. That's kind. Full Fat Milk, shout out to you. I'm really pleased that you've found some stuff that you enjoy, some sporting stuff that you enjoy. And yeah, no, brilliant. Thank you. It's I really appreciate that. It's good, innit? It's good. I mean, it's good that we do get chance to do these different things. It's good that we do get chance to do these different flavors of shows. I do enjoy that. You know, love the wrestling stuff. We had a great time with wrestling last night. Just getting stuck into a few different conversations and everything. But it is lovely to, on a Saturday, just put yourself into a different headspace. So, yeah, we've had the massive one today. It's a massive Saturday today. Plenty of fun stuff coming up. I did see something from Brian there. I just wanted to read what Brian said. Brian was making some good points. Brian said, if it turns into wrestling style boxing with interference, then it will be dangerous. Yeah, I genuinely don't think that's what they're going for. Looking at the rules, no interference or anything along those lines. No running around the ring, pulling your opponent off the edge of the ring. No trying to hit people as they're making the tag. I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to find a way of having two people box. And then if you are close enough to make the tag, you indicate to the ref. I mean, this is where the little details need to be worked out. Like, do you just reach your hand out to make the tag? Do you say to the ref, I want to make a tag? Do you have to get, like, within tagging distance to say to the ref? Because you can't just be in the middle of a boxing thing and then put your hand out to make a tag, because all of a sudden, this side of your face is exposed. All of a sudden, you are leaving yourself open and vulnerable. So you need to keep your guard up. So, like, what are you doing? Like, I don't understand. This is, like, these little details are bits that I don't get. But from reading the rules, they've said that when the tag is made, the opponents will actually be told to back away. They won't be allowed to interfere, and they won't be allowed to attack the person as they're coming in or anything like that. It feels like they're trying to make it quite clean. Feels like they're trying to make it, like, dare I say, as professional as you could make a tag match like this, right? It's a mental idea, but honestly, like, it could work. It could work. I really hope nothing stupid happens in the match. I really hope no one oversteps the mark and in the heat of a moment throws a shot as they were tagging in and out, you know? I really hope nothing like that happens. And I really hope we get to see this as it should be, and then we can make a decision on it. As soon as we see it, we'll be able to say, obviously, did it work? Did it not work? What would we change? I think this is one of the biggest talking points on this card. I think Jay Swingler, obviously, in the main event, awesome. I hope he wins. Deen the Great. I think there's some names here, but I think they've all got pretty easy fights, to be honest. I think that the tag match is one that's very interesting because, as we said, that is definitely one that we've never seen before, and it could be a disaster. Todd Grisham is on the call. I think is Al Brook going to be doing commentary as well. No, you just tag, said Shaquem. Are you covering the Bones fight? Yes, J-Dub. Steel cage boxing match. Boxing is kind of dead. The new format looks entertaining. Hopefully it can attract eyeballs, said FaZe. Can you watch fights on a Fire Stick? I have no idea. William versus Days in a boxing. William would have nudes boxing. He definitely would have nudes boxing. I think he has nudes boxing anyway, in all fairness. So, yeah, they are just running through the card, and they're just, I think... Yeah, Todd Grisham, they're just talking about the tag match. Todd Grisham said that because this is the first one, it's going to be a bit unorthodox. El Brook said that you can tag as many times as you want. El Brook is saying people will start thinking if this is a success, who do they want on their teams? And she said, I'm thinking about who I want on my team in order for us to go in there and like do a tag team thing. So seems like she's interested in bringing it to the women's division. In regards to that comment she just made, that is true that it is unlimited, but they have also said that if you abuse it, then the referee can deduct points and even end the fight and everything. You can't just stand there tagging all the time, coming in, out, and time wasting, whatever. At some point, the ref would step in if that was the case. You should do Rough and Rowdy Barstool Boxing. Johnny, shout out to you. Johnny said, I've got no idea who any of these fighters are. Are you streaming the fights? We're here throughout the whole event, yeah. And then we don't go straight into UFC, but that is that's separate. That's got its own stream. So as soon as this is done, we'll shut this down. Then we'll go over to UFC. We are just looking at Telford, and I've got to say, I mean, the arena, it looks pretty good. You know, all things considered, it looks pretty good, considering it's just a little 3,000 arena in a place that just doesn't get shows on this scale. So yeah, exciting. Boxing in boxes. Oh, did you see Jake Paul's tweet? Put in a thing out where he said professional boxer, and he was there making up boxes, like just a little dig at himself in a way. I thought it was brilliant. I think that's the kind of thing that gets respect from people. You know, a bit of humility. Like, you know, he calls himself a professional boxer. And he's still calling himself a professional boxer, only now he's having to make boxes and rather than actually, like, you know, boxing because of his loss. I really liked it. I thought it was good. Fair play to him. It's good attitude, that is. It's good attitude. Like he said, don't judge me by my wins, judge me by my losses. And there was a little bit of criticism because, of course, there was the odd excuse that did sneak in. I know he says no excuses, but then he did offer some excuses. So he did say that he'd been sick for, I think it was like 4 weeks of the camp and all this kind of stuff. So I don't know. I mean, he feels pretty, from what I've seen, he seems pretty confident that if he got the rematch, he thinks he'd be able to get the win. But I think if you are a Jake Paul fan, there is definitely a concern about the fact that he has said that he felt weird. Like, he felt weird during this fight. And he said that he felt that when he was in the first Woodley fight as well. He just felt a bit strange, a bit weird. Just couldn't really get going. And I think if you're a Jake Paul fan and you're a fan of his boxing and you're a fan of his journey to going on and becoming a world champion, that's a real concern. That's a real concern that he seemingly has these moments where he feels weird. That's something that is obviously going to really limit him. That's obviously something that's going to really hold him back. I don't know. I don't think that he can go on to achieve that. If I'm being completely honest, but there is a part of me that really respects the grind that he's done, and there's part of me that really respects the fact that he's got a dream and he's gone for it, and seemingly is going to continue going for it. He said on his podcast that he's not giving up and he wants the rematch and he's still trying and he's still going to go for it. And, you know, listen, I mean, it would be a bad look if this loss meant that he was going to step away, you know, and this was going to be it. So he said, judge me by my losses. And I think that's I got respect for him, man. I got respect for him. I've got more respect for him after that loss than I had before, actually. I think are they talking about the tag match again? The referee breaks. The other boxer goes to the middle. The action will move as quickly as possible. But the ref will ensure that when the tag's being made, the other person can't interfere in that process. Unlimited tags, but no taking the P. Okay. We need under 12 boxing, kids boxing, said William. Days, I've had the best day ever. I went swimming. Norwich won. Max Verstappen is on pole, and John Cena on Monday, said Joseph. Joseph, shout out to you, buds. So I'm glad you're having a good day. We've got Slim in the ring at the moment, and we're seeing the ref wearing some glasses. The ref's wearing like some camera glasses so that we can see the fight from his perspective. It's pretty fun. When does Adam's fight start? Adam's fight. We've got, I mean, they haven't given us any start times for anything. I mean, the event will start, and then obviously it's going to depend. It's going to depend, isn't it, in regards to how long the fights actually run for, as to when other fights will start. So I don't know that there's necessarily a start time like that, but the event will begin in 20 minutes time. Ice Poseidon, baby, let's go. Edward is going to shadow box himself, said Bonkers. Right, we are just in the ring at the moment. I think they're just trying to show, again, what's happening in regards to the tag boxing and how that's going to work. They're spending quite a bit of time really making sure people get this. It's going to be a big focus tonight. Yeah, Pineda is super over. Vamos! 79.99 for UFC tonight, said J-Dub. Is that a good price? Well, it's a price. I mean, what I would say is that John Jones is definitely a premium performer. He's someone that you would expect to pay a pay-per-view price for. And so, you know, the pay-per-view prices in America are pretty crazy. I mean, I honestly, I just don't know how people afford it. Really don't know how people afford it. Here in the UK, they are much more reasonable. I mean, I don't even know if tonight is a pay-per-view in the UK. In the UK, if you've got BT Sport, you might be able to just watch it without having to pay any additional cost. Obviously, BT Sport is like a membership thing, a subscription thing. But, you know, you get wrestling on there. You get some Premier League football on there as well. And UFC is on there. So the fact that you can watch the fight nights on there and the pay-per-view, but not pay any extra for the pay-per-view is pretty sweet. I am a bit worried that that's going to change when it changes over to like, I think it's TNT Sport or something that it's going to become. So I am a little bit worried about that because it's a pretty sweet deal at the moment. So yeah, $79.99 is steep, man. In my mind, it's steep, but I know America's got a different model. It was a joke. No way is it worth $80. Johnny said 80 is normal on the ESPN. 125 for the year. Caesar said it's 25 in theaters. Honestly, it doesn't surprise me. We've done UFC streams, obviously a lot of them, and people tell me that about $70 is about where it's at. Considering this is John Jones, I'm really not surprised. I'm really not surprised. I stopped buying UFC months ago. I just listened to my boy, said J-Dub. What time does it start? It begins in, 17 minutes? I think it's about 17 minutes. So, yeah, we are getting closer towards the start of this one, and it's going to be good, man. I am looking forward to seeing what it's like in Telford, seeing what an event is like. We've got the heavyweights coming up first. It's going to be Tempo Arts against Godson. What we could do, actually, is get a poll in the chat. We could get that going. So let's get a poll in the chat. Who will win? Is it going to be Tempo Arts or is it going to be Godson? Which way do people think this is going to go? We can change that over for each of the fights. So we can do that. But just go to Sports Bar and buy drinks in America. Yeah, they'll be showing them in like sports bars over there, wouldn't they? You're right. That's probably a way that people do it, isn't it? That's probably what most people do is go over and do exactly that. Go into like sports bars and everything. It is strange. We don't have that model over here. We do have pay-per-views, but we don't have them as cheap as that. I'm really grateful for it as well. Right, we have just got an advert on at the moment. Feel free to put in your thoughts in regards to any fights you're looking forward to or anyone that you're supporting or anything along those lines as we continue to move forwards and get closer towards the start of this event, which, as I said, I'm genuinely looking forward to. And we've got about 15 minutes to go until it starts. Card has lost one of the fights. We know that we're not getting the Walid fight anymore. Walid against Ace Musa, unfortunately. But main event of Jay Swingler against NICHLMAO or NICHLMAO is obviously still in place. I mean, I've been watching it. It's not got much in the way of bad blood, to be honest. I thought there would probably be a bit more bad blood. I thought there'd be a little bit more kind of build for it, but it's been relatively respectful, all things considered. Okay, Sammy Joe Luxton has come out and is just saying a few words at the moment. Sammy Joe, good to see you, Sammy Joe. Hope you're well. So, yeah, we've had a few guests. We've got a few people that have come out. We know that KSI is fighting again in May. So I think that means that the next card, I don't know when 06 is, but that's going to be in April. And then I'm guessing it'll be the 07 cards that will be in May that KSI will be on. It's good. It's good that he's coming back in as quickly as what he is. I just go to sports bars. Buffalo Wild Wings is no cover. It's always pack, said Johnny. $50 in the US, says Brian. Francesco said Tank against Garcia is going to be very good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. We'll definitely do that as well. We'll definitely do that. Right, they are just talking at the moment. Again, just building this up. I wish there was more interviews and things on this kind of pre-show. I mean, I know we don't have to watch the pre-show, but I do think that it could be a little bit better than what they tend to give us. I think they're very good at putting like our entertaining shows on, and they're very good at like making like things that the fans want to watch. And then these kind of countdown shows, I don't know, I think there could be more to them. I think there definitely could be things that we like get more backstage interviews. Maybe they could even have like a special fight for the kickoff show. They do that in pro wrestling. So not always, but a good chunk of the time that when you watch the kickoff show, there'll be some extra action on there. There'll be an extra fight on there for you to tune in and enjoy. So, yeah, just a few thoughts as we continue to wait for this to start. I don't think this is like essential viewing. Ginty versus Halal Ham. I'm just letting people know that we are live because obviously this is going to be starting very soon. Tempo Arts versus Godson. Boom. Lovely, lovely. Right. Go. Boom. Days, I can't afford the 80 for UFC, but you do come through, says J-Dub. That's very kind, buds. I appreciate it. I mean, look, you're not alone. It's really expensive. Really expensive. And as I said, I genuinely can't believe how people afford it, or I can't believe that like it gets charged that much in America. But it's just the world, and it's the way of the world. Money makes the world go round. So I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, but I just am. I really don't know how people afford it. Right, let's get this going. Do that there. Boom. Okie doke. Right, how long we got? 10 minutes to go. 10 minutes to go. That's where we are. Tempo, easy dubs. Right, we've had 46 votes. Keep your thoughts coming in. Drop a like if you haven't already, as we are moments away from the start of this. We've only got 10 minutes to go. We've sent a tweet out to let people know that we are live and that they can come and join us if they are around. I understand this is definitely a show that I think has gone a little under the radar and probably not helped by the fact it's on the same weekend as UFC. So, and not just any UFC, but one of the biggest UFC shows of the year. So, yeah, that's, a problem. But, yeah, we've got 51 votes. Tempo Arts against Godson. And at the moment, 77% or 75% have gone with Tempo Arts. Tempo Arts, according to Tapology, was 94%. So seems like Tempo Arts is definitely coming in with more of the fan support, more of the belief of the fans. Has fought before, fought on Kingpin, which is a very interesting promotion, actually. I mean, I need to look into Kingpin a little bit more. But, yeah, fought on Kingpin, got decent head movement, making his debut with Misfits, but as we said, has boxed before. Is looking for a second-round knockout. That's what he's looking for. That's what he claims that he's going to get, second-round knockout. And he does refer to himself as obese. He calls himself obese and wants to lose a bit more weight and get into better shape. And so that is something that he's working towards. He's taken on Godson, who makes jewelry for the rich and famous. A couple of names that got mentioned. Meat Mill, Krept, and Conan. They are a couple of names that Godson has made jewelry for. He's got an athletic background. He's had about 4 weeks training, which isn't brilliant. And he's looking for a first-round knockout. So I think with Godson, he's probably going to go out there and just like spam shots. I can see a lot of haymakers coming in, big power shots coming in. I don't think we're going to be using peekaboo style and using the jab and all that kind of stuff. I think it's just going to be swing for the fences type approach. And I would imagine he probably gets gassed out. The only thing I would say is that Tempo Arts is having to carry around 30 extra pounds, and that has got to have an effect. So 30 extra pounds being carried by Tempo Arts. This is two big boys, man, going at it. It's going to be interesting. I would imagine that someone's going to go to sleep. I would imagine someone's going to get caught at some point. I'm going to go with you guys. I think the fact that Tempo Arts has boxed before, the fact that Godson is got an athletic background, actually looks in decent shape, better shape than Tempo Arts, but only 4 weeks training. Like, if that is true, it's not much at all, is it? 4 weeks training. Like, what are you going to get out of 4 weeks training? But he might have like a natural ability anyway. So I don't know. I think it's a tricky one. But it seems like the majority of people are going with Tempo Arts. We've had 65 votes in. 76% of people have gone with Tempo Arts at the moment. I don't know why both on the same day would be a problem, considering this will be long over before the main card, says Brian. Well, it would be a problem because there's people that obviously have got a certain amount of income, and not everyone can afford to buy every fight, can they? So you're having to make that decision, or certainly there's people out there having to make that decision. Do I buy UFC, which, as we've heard, is knocking on for like $80 in America? Can I afford that? And can I afford this week? Or do I have to pick one or the other? And honestly, I mean, if you're going to pick one or the other, there's probably a good chance you're going to go with the John Jones main event and that pretty stacked Valentina Shevchenko co-main event compared to, this card, which, as we've said, we've been very honest in saying this card is got some names on it and it's got some intrigue about it, but it's not the strongest offering from Misfits. It's not the strongest card they've ever put out. So I feel like that is definitely a reason. But also, like, some people don't want to sit down and spend the whole day watching like stuff. They've got things they need to go and do. And they plan their days around meeting up with friends and, doing whatever. It could be that they're going out, meeting up with some mates, going down the pub and watching UFC, which means they're not going to be at home and can't watch this instead, So that could be another factor as to why having it on the same night as UFC might be an issue. Some people just don't want to stay at home and watch like loads of sport. You know, the missus might want to watch some on TV, and then they might be able to get the TV to watch UFC afterwards. I sort of feel like they can, even though they're not on at the same time, can still cause problems to have big things on at the same weekend. Derek said, "Are you doing UFC tonight?" Yeah, we are. Ready for fighting. Hello, Days, and everyone said Aubrey Edwards presented by Prime. Shout out to you, buds. We've had 90 votes coming in. We're getting plenty of votes coming in now as we are building our way towards the start of this. It's going to kick off show. The countdown show has ended. This is starting in 4 minutes. Yeah, we should be going over to that very, very soon. Let's click on to schedule. See where we are with the start of this. Bang. AEW pay-per-views are usually worth the money, in my opinion, said J-Dub. AEW pay-per-views are definitely worth $50, says Johnny. Well, I mean, you've got that as well. You know, again, if we're talking about people having to make decisions, you know, this weekend you've got Misfits, which isn't for everyone. You've got UFC. And then AEW. I might be a rare person that's got an interest in all of those. There might be not many of us out there that are interested in Misfits and UFC and AEW. But just shows how big of a weekend it is, doesn't it? There's plenty going on. I want to see Ice fight, said Little Ducks. We've smashed over 100 votes now. So 79% for Tempo Arts, 21% for Godson. As soon as this is done, we'll change the poll over and we'll go over to the next fight and get votes coming in for that. I think the second fight of the evening is going to be the Ginty Halal Ham fight. That one is very strange. That is very strange. Right, so we've got the countdown just beginning now as we are about to go over to this. 2 minutes 14. Just back from a good day at the football, said Watson. I'm excited to see the GOAT strike fear into his opponent's eyes. Come on, Pineda. Vamos! Vamos! He is so over. He is so over. And rightfully so. He is the GOAT. Part of me thought you might have been talking about John Jones, but I am grateful that you wasn't. I am grateful that you was talking about the real GOAT of combat sports, Pineda. Luis Pineda, who is going to be in that tag match later. And as we said, you know, he is definitely someone that's got the support of the Misfit fan base. Has the fight started, said Y20. No, not yet, buds. 2 minutes, the show starts. And then obviously they're going to make us wait 10 minutes or so. And then we'll be underway with the first fight of the evening. Bonkers says Ginty versus Ham. Who will win? Well, I can tell you 79% of people have gone with Ginty. So he did manage to get a knockdown against JMX. And he put a really good fight up against JMX, but he was stopped in round 3 eventually. He did say, though, that he was a short notice replacement for that fight. This is one that he's coming in and he's got a full training camp for. So he's coming into this. He's definitely got some ability. He looks better when he's close and he looks better when he fights in the pocket. And he is going to look to do that. I think he'll really take the fight to Halal Ham. His cardio has improved, apparently. He said that he didn't have a training camp last time, a big training camp. And so, like, his cardio was not where he wanted it to be. Now he's had a full training camp. He feels that his cardio has improved. Obviously, we haven't seen that, so we don't know that that's true. But he feels like his cardio has improved. He is the GOAT of lockdown TikTok. He's got 1.5 million TikTok followers. He weighed in at 189 pounds. And he's taken on Halal Ham, the boss man from the corner shop, who weighed in at 190. And as we said, the build for this one has been a bit cringe. We got Jay Swingler. So we are in Telford, of course, which I think is really exciting. I mean, literally not many other people think that's exciting, but because it's so close to me, I think it's quite exciting. Right, we've got the intro right now. We are about to go over to the start of this. First fight should be probably looking about 5-10 minutes. Of course, they're going to want to do the big intro and everything. I'm so fired up for UFC. I can't wait, said Johnny. Watson said John Jones couldn't put a finger on Pineda. Vamos! Vamos! Who's going to win? Well, I've gone with Ginty on that. I think Ginty's got the experience advantage. Tempo Arts, I think, is looking pretty good as well. I don't know about the women. I feel like Astrid is probably coming in with maybe more momentum. She claims to have had a very tough camp. We saw her win at Misfits 1, but her opponent was awful. So it's hard to gauge. She definitely talks the talk, but it's hard to gauge just how good she is. They're saying that there are absolutely no tickets for the Telford International Centre. It is sold out. We are seeing the fans outside trying to make their way inside. The boss man from the corner. Is this the closest an event has been to you whilst you've been streaming, says Watson. Definitely. I don't think any show we have ever streamed has ever been as close whilst I've streamed it for anything. This is 20, 25 minutes up the road, yeah. This is where I go do my toy hunts in Telford. This is where, if I need to go to the opticians, I go to Telford. If I don't know, have to go to the bank, I go to Telford. Like, this is the closest big town. I still don't know if it's a town or a city, but yeah, this is the closest place, really. There is a little town village thing, like 10 minutes up the road, but that's, you know, very limited with what it's got. It doesn't have my bank there, and it doesn't have. I think it's got an opticians, but it doesn't have my opticians. So yeah, I have to go down there. So yeah, it's pretty exciting, to be honest, that this has come to Telford. Do you think MJF will beat Brian Danielson? I don't know. I can see an argument for them going either way. I also wonder if the fact that the ratings came through for Dynamite and that rating was 833,000. I do also wonder if that is just going to put even more doubt into Tony's mind. Tony knows that the ratings have been bad. I think Tony also knows that the ratings improved when he made that big announcement. And so, you know, the MJF experiment has not worked and is seemingly not working. And I understand the argument, well, you need to have patience. I do understand that. But at what point does your patience run out? At what point do you just need results, just need ratings? And one of the ways that you could potentially get those ratings would be to crown a new champion, and for that champion to be Bryan Danielson, the best wrestler in the world, is your champion. Like, that instantly brings a lot of credibility to your brand. You know, there would be a buzz in the wrestling world for Daniel Bryan to be a world champion again. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Do you stick with the project, or do you pull the trigger and go in a different direction? I don't know. I know what I would do. I would put the belt on Bryan Danielson, because I would be concerned by the numbers and I would want to try and turn it around. Are you from Shropshire or Staffordshire? I am from Stourbridge. I am from the West Midlands. Actually, I don't know what county that is, you know. I don't know that it had a county. Well, my address when I lived in Stourbridge had no county on it. So I think it was just classed as West Midlands. So I don't know if we were just on the border of something. But yeah, about Stourbridge, which is about like 20 odd minutes away from Birmingham. So I didn't actually grow up here. This is just where we live now. And I've lived here since I moved about 5-6 years ago. We've been living here. It's a lovely place. It's out in the middle of nowhere, pretty much in the countryside. But yeah, big show. We're in Telford for Misfits. And it is. I mean, I'll be the first to admit it's a town that just doesn't really get much attention. It's a place that just doesn't get big shows. This is a big deal for Telford. I hope the crowd makes noise, and I hope they do Telford proud. And I hope this becomes a place that Misfits would come back to be honest. And if Jay Swingler is going to be successful in Misfits, and I think he can. I like what I'm seeing from him. Then who knows? Maybe we will see Misfits coming back to Telford's in the future, and Jay Swingler could be at the top of that card. Obviously, if he's going to be facing a KSI, they ain't coming to Telford's. That'll be done at the O2. But yeah, you know, we could see more of these types of shows where Jay Swingler main events and just takes on someone and gets a, you know, pretty straightforward victory. Because I expect this to be a straightforward victory, to be honest. Right, we are backstage with Tempo Arts. You fought on another promotion before, and that was a lot smaller. Tempo Arts said he does well under pressure. No pressure, no diamonds. The light, the lights make the diamond shine. I don't know if that's right. I'm not sure, said Tempo. Pressure makes diamonds, and the lights make diamonds shine. I think. I'm not sure. Is that true? Does anyone know if that's true? Someone just walked in front of the camera as well. They're talking about his weight loss journey. He wants to go get down to 110 kg is his goal. He said he feels comfortable at this weight, though. There we go. Backstage interview with Tempo Arts. Yeah, he's only 18. He's only 18. Fair play to him, man. Fair play. I really like him as well because he does come across as quite nervous. And he was at the press conference and he was like doing a bit of talking. And he admitted during the press conference, he's like, oh man, it's funny. I don't feel nerves when I'm in the ring, but I do feel nerves now. Like he comes across as a really likable person, a really nice person. I really like Tempo Arts, so I hope he picks up the win. I'm rooting for him here. 18 as well. I mean, when I was 18, I couldn't even tie my shoelaces, so fair play for him to get in there and be putting himself on this sort of a stage, you know? Football Talk, shout out to you, said, on a scale of 1 to 10, how hyped are you for this? Is it worth turning my TV on to watch this? I think it is, but to be honest, I think it is because on a scale of 1 to 10, how hyped am I? I would say that I am genuinely a 7.75 to 8. Probably 7.75. I'm pretty hyped for it. I love the fact it's so local. I am excited to see what that tag boxing match is like. My initial reaction is that it's going to be not brilliant, but I can't sit here and give you a reason why, because I think as long as it's safe, I can't see why, and I can't see why we can't at least take a look and see if it's, you know, something worth looking at. So I think the tag match alone is going to make it worth tuning in for. First time ever Then you've got like the first ever women's champion that's going to be crowned as well. So we've got flyweight women's championship. So we've got that. So there's a few things going on. Right. Judging by the look of tempo, Godson is going to win, says Activate Windows. Right, well, they're doing the intros right now. I can tell you that Godson seems to have a sizable reach advantage. It looked to be about 7 inches. Seemed like a really significant reach advantage. We've had nearly 500 votes, which is mental. Nearly 500 votes. Tempo Art, 78%. Godson, 22%. And right now we've got intros. So first person coming out, I think, is going to be Tempo Arts. So it is Tempo Arts, first of all. Makes his way out. I was going to say, it didn't seem to be coming out to any music, but all of a sudden, it's Eye of the Tiger. Eye of the Tiger is playing. He's got a smile on his face. He's touching people's hands, giving them fist bumps as he's making his way down. Oh, go on. He's a big boy, man. He is a big boy. 282 pounds. He is 30 pounds heavier, over 30 pounds heavier than John Jones will be in the UFC main event later. He's 30 pounds heavier than his opponent. It's 30 pounds heavier than Godson. Not the longest. Well, it's not a bad ring walk, actually. It's not a bad ring walk. It's probably a little shorter than the O2, but there's not much in it. Here's Godson, as we said. He makes jewelry for the rich and famous. Not much in the way of training for him, but he's got a decent physique about him. He seems to be no stranger to the gym. Okay, so Godson has been introduced. We haven't got any music playing. It's Telford for you. That's Telford. We've got Telford technical issues. So they've introduced him. I don't know. Is this Mind Games? So, like, the DJ was just, honestly, we were just waiting for ages there. They're playing Eye of the Tiger again. Have they both picked the same song? Still no Godson. I don't know what's happening. Slim said Telford is a very quiet city. It's a random city. This is a quiet city. It's a random city. That's the nicest thing anyone has ever said about Telford. Can I tell you, still no Godson? This is random. I don't know what we've got. I don't know if there's a message being conveyed. They're just playing Eye of the Tiger. Tempo Arts. Poor kid, man. 18 years old. And he's being messed around like this. He's in the ring, trying to stay in the zone, trying to stay warm. They are just messing him around at the moment. If I was Tempo Arts, I would be frustrated by this because you don't see this tactic. I mean, he's got a smile on his face, but you don't see this happening with other fights. We haven't seen this before. I'm surprised that they haven't given the commentators anything to relay to us as to what the delay is or what's happening. Honestly, right now, Tempo Arts is in the ring. We've got Eye of the Tiger playing, which was Tempo Arts' ring walk music. Godson's graphics are being shown, but there is no sign of Godson. The cameras are not even focused on the entranceway. We got one camera on Tempo Arts. We got the other camera on the commentators. And I don't know what's happening. I want to watch the stream. What do you think of King Kenny's prediction? What, he said 2 seconds, didn't he? 2 seconds he's going to win. I don't really understand why he's done that, to be honest. Because early on, he was saying that he was going to get a round 3 stoppage. And then seemingly something changed. And he started saying he was going to do it in 2 seconds. I don't know what changed. It's as if, like, Ashley got him upset or something. It's like Ashley said something personal. Upset King Kenny. Oh, hello, there's a change in the music. Right, here we go. Okay, changing the music. The commentators are asking the question, is he coming out? Is Godson coming out? Still no sign of him. Still no sign of him. Man, this is not good. They're saying Godson's crew is in the building, so it's not like he's not there. I'm sure they saw him earlier. Tempo Arts, man. Tempo Arts. Being properly messed around. Yeah, not cool. Not cool. Brian said it's going to be 3 or 4 hours till the main events. Akash said, when is Pineda fighting? We don't know. I mean, it depends how these fights go, isn't it? I mean, are they going to be short? Are they going to be over quick? Is Godson ever going to come out? I mean, we might be here in an hour's time still waiting for Godson. Slim said, definitely something going on. That's a really good observation. The music's stopped. They're saying maybe he had cold feet. Maybe maybe he doesn't fancy it. Maybe he's out. Godson is a no-show, said Tony. What a great start to the night, said Johnny. It is true. I mean, this doesn't help the perception of the brand, does it? I mean, what I will say, though, it's definitely a talking point. If you are just joining us, welcome. We have got to our first fight. Tempo Arts has came out to Eye of the Tiger. That was around about 5 minutes or so ago. Then they played the entrance theme for Godson. He's no-showed. He's no-showed. He has not come out. Tempo Arts is in the ring. We've got an announcement. Godson's been announced. Okay, Godson has been announced again. His music's played again. This definitely feels like a bigger deal. Days, run up the road, take his place. You could beat that 18-year-old. Nah, I really like him. I really like Tempo Arts. Right, here we go. We've got Godson making his way down. Right, he is finally making his way down. And he honestly doesn't look that happy. He doesn't look he looked pretty moody. There is quite the game face on display. So this is our first fight. It's going to be 2 heavyweights going up against each other. As we said, Godson is used to like making jewelry for people. But he keeps in decent shape. He's had 4 weeks training. This is our only heavyweight fight on the cards. Tempo Arts has been made to wait. Hopefully, mentally, he's got a game plan. And he's still going to be able to stick to that game plan because honestly, making people wait like that is something you tend to see in main events of big boxing shows. It's something that we've seen happen quite a few times. I don't think I've ever seen it on the opening fight of a card, though. Well, both fighters are inside the ring, so we will be getting this first fight very soon. 76% of you reckon that it's going to be Tempo Arts that wins. Right, I think our next one is going to be Ginty. And Halal Ham is going to be our next one. Let's get that going. Right, booze for Godson at the moment, and he's got quite the crew in there with him. He's making his X Series debut. He's from Reading in the UK. Yeah, there's quite a few people in the in Godson's corner. It's a big boy, you know. He's a big boy. It's Tempo Arts is I don't know if he's taller. He's definitely got the support of the fans. Record 1-0 from Kent in the UK. Lots of Prime adverts, obviously, all over the ring. And we're about to get underway with this first fight of the evening. Yeah, I mean, Tempo Arts has got so many people in that ring. Godson's got so many people. And then you look at Tempo Arts and there's just a dude standing behind with a towel. Right, good luck to both of these guys. You're about to get underway. First fight of the evening. Tempo Arts looks ready. Here we go. There's a game face on for Godson. This should be all right. I'm really up for this, you know. Here we go. Round one, and the bell sounds. Both fighters come into the middle. There's an immediate jab there by Tempo Arts. Tempo Arts looking for a big right hand. He's being the aggressor at the moment. He's driving Godson back. Godson gets clipped with a big overhand right. Godson being backed away. Look at these big haymakers. And they clinch up and they go over to the corner. Referee is going to really struggle with this. Really struggle. These two are throwing bombs. Clinching up and they go over to the corner. Seems like a better start for Tempo Arts. Again, some big shots coming in. It feels like these overhand rights are going to cause some big problemers. I think he's landed it a couple of times. Godson is trying to use that jab. He's got a left-hand jab and trying to move forwards. This kind of settling down a little bit. And Tempo Arts just kind of keeping his hands a little bit low. It does allow him to really swing a big overhand, though. Again, he's just spamming it. Just constantly spamming it. He's going to really use up a lot of energy by doing that. We saw Sam Hyde do similar. It really empties the gas tank. Jab coming in there by Tempo Arts. Body shot coming in with the right hand by Tempo Arts. Those hands are going to start feeling heavy. This one can only go 3 rounds, though. But even so, those big overhands that he's been spamming, they're definitely going to drain the arms. Both fighters in the center right now. Jab coming in by Godson. Driving. Oh! It's a big overhand right. Seemed to get through. And he tries to spam it again. He is a bit of a one-trick pony, but it's a good trick. And they clinch up at the moment. Referee coming in, going to look to separate them apart. What I would say is that I think that Godson has tried a little bit to work the jab. He's tried to keep it a little bit more professional, if you will, whereas Tempo Arts has just been boom, boom, just really throwing these bombs. And there we go, end of the first round. I would say for me personally, that is a Tempo Arts round. I feel like he caused bigger problems. I think that we're just seeing Godson just having a little bit of trouble just keeping Tempo Arts at bay. like he's having a little bit of trouble just using that jab. He's gone to the jab a couple of times, but it's just not enough to keep Tempo Arts back. He's just charging forwards and just throwing these big overhands. And when they do connect, they're causing some big, big problems. Right, here we go. We're about to go into round number 2. Round number 2. Bell sounds. Godson in the corner. Godson going to come out? I don't think he wants to continue, does he? The body language isn't great here from Godson. Body language isn't great. It's called. Tempo Arts has won. Tempo Arts has won. Tempo Arts has won. I think there was some problems there. Even before that fight started, I think there was some problems there. I mean, Godson didn't come out when he was meant to. Finally came out. It's not a great showing from Godson. Tempo Arts, the 18-year-olds, goes over and has a few nice words for Godson. But, yeah, Tempo Arts getting it done. Well, I tell you what, I mean, what can you say about that? What can you say about that? Godson made us wait. And when he came out, there wasn't really much there, to be honest. He did try to work the jab a little bit, but just kept getting caught with those big overhand rights. Didn't have much in the way of footwork. Didn't have much in the way of range, distance management. The jab was seemingly ineffective. I mean, look, the guy admitted he had what, 4 weeks training? What are you going to learn in 4 weeks training? I think he had a good physique. I think it would have been interesting if Tempo Arts had been pushed into the later rounds. I think if you're going to throw that big overhand, like it's gonna drain your arms. We saw it with Sam Hyde. It's absolutely going to drain your arms. So it's something that I think will work for him in the short term. But as he faces better opposition, he's going to need to add more to his game, definitely. But, yeah, we're just getting the referee. He's going to announce the winner as Tempo Arts in this first one. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see Godson again. I think Godson has not showered himself in glory here. I think, you know, the build for this one was quite quiet as well. They were overshadowed by the other fighters in the builds. Not only that, I don't know what's happened with Godson and the delay of him coming out. Then at the start of the second round, he's had to retire. Fair play, man. Fair play to Tempo Arts. I'm really pleased for him. What DAZN is it on? There's only one DAZN, isn't there? It's on DAZN here in the UK. I think it's on DAZN in America as well. Papa Giorgio, shout out to you. Has Pineda fought? No, that's going to be our tag match that's coming up. So we've got, I think it's going to be Ginty taking on Halal Ham. I must admit, man, of all the fights on this card, this next one I think has had the cringiest builds out of all of the fights on this card. I'm looking forward to it. Doesn't mean I'm not looking forward to it, but yeah, these two have been a bit cringe. But as I said, I'm still looking forward to seeing it. This is in Telford, says the only V1. Has King Kenny fought yet? No, I think he is our co-main event tonight, so he's going to be on much later. What is the most cherished figure in your collection? Don't know, to be honest. I don't know. I really like those figures of like the legends of back in the day. I think any figures of anyone that's kind of around on the roster now, I always feel like, well, they could always come out with another. Like they're probably going to come out with another. But like a Bruno Sammartino, there's only ever been one of them made. So it might be that one. It might be that one. It's not an amazing figure, though. That's the only problem. Like, there's not, like, it's all right. It's pretty good. but I wish it had come with his belt. Yeah, he was famous for the Bruno belt. It didn't come with that. I think that was a bit disappointing. Did come with the Hall of Fame plaque, though. They're just talking to Tempo Arts now. He said round 2 he was going to go even harder, put more pressure on. Happy. Yeah, he did. He came out like a Mack truck. Wow. Tempo Arts said he wants to fight True Geordie. Wow. True Geordie. He'd get smashed by True Geordie, surely. Wow. Watson said Pineda's partner said he wants to sit on the sides, and his opponent said he's not trained. I wonder what could go wrong, said Watson. Yeah, it's definitely... I mean, look, what I would say is I think Pineda being involved in it is definitely bringing a bit of credibility, because Pineda is at least a professional fighter who's had professional boxing matches. I think this is definitely a fight that you don't want to put 4 people in there that haven't trained. Like, so I think putting Pineda in there was a master stroke. I think B. Dave is very likable. I wish he hadn't have said that, though. He did say that I'm just going to hang around on the outside. I'm going to let my partner do all of the work. Yeah, I wish he hadn't have said that. But I think, you know, you never know these things, what are mind games. You never know, like, what they're saying just to get into the heads of the opponents. So I don't know if he actually means that or not. I mean, he said he was hungover, and he said that he, you know, was probably just going to let Pineda do all the work. I don't know. I don't know. And obviously their opponents are last-minute replacements as well, short-notice replacements. D-Generation Ice. I found out who their manager is as well, because they've got this manager, this woman, and didn't know who she was. Turns out she's from a TV show here in the UK called, I got it written down, Kavos Weekender. Kavos Weekend. I've never even heard of the show. It's on ITV2, which is like one of our kind of Freeview cable channels. And basically, it's like you look at the live of reps, you know, like holiday reps, as they're like, you know, going to clubs and putting on party nights for their guests. And apparently she's one of these that organizes those kind of things. And yeah, she's called Tash is her name. And she's from the show Kavos Weekender. And somehow she's the manager of D-Generation Ice. I have no idea how she knows them. I have no idea how that's come about. But she is their manager. But yeah, this has been the biggest talking point, has been the tag boxing fight. It's definitely one that's divided opinion. The vast majority of people, I mean, I did see an interview with, I think it was Mams, and asked the question, like, okay, can you defend this? Not can you tell me about this, but can you defend this? Can you defend this tag team match? Like, there's people that really are just not on board with this idea. I'm a little bit more open to it. I just hope it's safe. I hope it's safe. I don't want anyone to be like tagging out and to get smacked in the face whilst they're tagging. I know people will think that's cool, but like, this is how like proper serious injuries can happen. It's one thing to be in a boxing match and receive a shot during a fight, but like to get blindsided, that would be something completely different. So I think they've taken steps to ensure that doesn't happen, and they have stressed that when the tag is made, the referee will actually push the other person back so that they can't interfere when that changeover is happening. So there's not going to be any jumping of opponents or anything along those lines. So I'm quite interested to see it, to be honest. Quite interested to see it. Coming up next, we've got Halal Ham taking on Ginty. So Ginty managed to get a knockdown against JMX. And that was when he didn't have a full camp. Now he's had a full camp. He is excited, confident, ready. I've seen a lot of interviews with him. He is someone that I think he strikes me as being a bit naturally nervous. Like he comes across a little bit nervous. Comes across like he's trying to trash talk because he's seen other people do trash talking and he's trying to learn it and do it and find his way with it. But he's still young. I mean, he's 21. And I don't know. I think he's still trying to kind of come out of his shell a little bit, to be honest. It's one thing to be, you know, on TikTok doing videos, putting them out there. Something completely different to have someone trash talking you and then you have to try and think of a response there and then, you know? You have to try and come back with something in the heat of the moment. I think this is stuff that he's like trying to learn, to be honest. So some of the build for this has been a bit awkward and has been a little bit cringe. And I don't know. I don't know which way this goes, to be honest. What I will say is that he looked in the fight pretty good against JMX. All things considered, considering he'd come in and he was a late replacement. You got to give him props. He looked all right. He did manage to get a knockdown in that fight as well. But eventually he was stopped in round 3. He looks pretty good close up. He looks pretty good in the pocket. His cardio has apparently improved. And he's coming in at 189 pounds, slightly lighter than Halal Ham. Halal throws bombs, gases out. He's dropped a lot of weight, though. Apparently, he's dropped 20 kg. So he's dropped a lot of weight. As a result, he should have better cardio. He lost to Salt Pappy in March of last year. There's absolutely no shame in that. Salt Pappy is one of the best in the game. He beat DTG at Misfits 2. Claims that Ginty has been partying rather than training. In fact, he's got a lot of claims that he's been making. This is going to be interesting. There's a 10-inch reach advantage for Ginty. 10-inch reach advantage. So, yeah, Halal Ham 190, Ginty 189.3, Ginty 6'3", Halal Ham 5'8". Halal Ham is 27, Ginty 21, and we are going over to our second fight right now. We've had over 500 votes, and here we go. We've got the ring walks for our second fight. Right, we've got, wow, this is close, you know. 53% of you think that Ginty is going to get the win here. 47% think that it's going to be Halal Ham. So, very, very close. Here's Halal Ham stepping out. Is that a Moroccan football shirt? Sold out in Telford. 3,000 people in attendance. As Halal Ham makes his way down to the ring. I don't recognize the music. Yeah, making his way down, and he did go the distance with Salt Pappy. I mean, that's an achievement in all fairness. It's going to be a good little fight, this, you know. Going to be a good little fight. I wouldn't be surprised to see this go the distance. We know that Ginty did well against JMX, and now he's had a full training camp. Halal Ham went the distance with Salt Pappy. He's taken a very slow walk, making his way down. Taking it all in, waving to the crowds. Guessing no one knows any sites. They're coming out now. I don't want this 2v2 to have the word boxing associated with it. It's a mockery of the great sports. I don't know. I just don't know. Can't respond to that. I just don't know. Like, my response is I agree, but I can't say why I agree. I feel like boxing at its core is like two people trying to establish which is the best. Like, that's boxing. Boxing is like trying to figure out which one of you is the better fighter, and then that going on to be a world champion and being the man, right? So the fact that you've got 2 against 2, and all of a sudden there's a bit of strategy that comes in, added strategy, because if you're getting beaten up and tired, you can tag out and a fresh person comes in. All of a sudden now we're not trying to find who the best boxer is. We're trying to find who the best team is. But I would make the argument that that's absolutely like no different than what we do with pro wrestling. Like in pro wrestling, we've got a tag team division. And it's accepted. And I know it's different because it's scripted. I am fully aware. But, you know, pro wrestling at its core is meant to be like, you know, you're meant to buy into it. And so in kayfabe terms, that is 2 wrestlers trying to establish which one is the best. And then the tag division is providing that, but just we're trying to find what team is the best. And actually, if this does take off, we could start to see boxing teams as boxing teams. So not just chucking boxers together, but like actually people training to be a team and to have strategies as a team and to be crowned tag team boxing champions and to have a tag team boxing division, just like how there's a women's division. You can have a tag team boxing division, and then you can always put 2 boxers together to take on the champs, and that could be a big deal. You know, you could have D-Generation Ice as the tag champs, but then what's stopping you putting KSI and Jake together as a team? I mean, right now, lots of things. But once they fight, I'm sure they'll make up after. That's what tends to happen. And like, what would stop you having KSI and Deji as a team? Imagine KSI and Deji as a tag team. Ginty has made his way down. He's got a record of 1-1. I don't know. I'm just really torn on it. I can't give you the reason as to why it's horrific and why it's a bad idea. Does it go against tradition? Yes, it does. So does so many things in the world. Like as things move forward, we see a lot of traditions being broken. See a lot of things changing. We see a lot of things changing with the times. That's a good enough reason to not have a look at it. I'd like to see a boxing tournament sort of event for Misfits 8, said Alexis. People say it ruins boxing, but it's a sport for everyone. It's like football. The amount of different leagues, like Kings Leagues, it's all different, and no one complains, said Origi. Right, here we go then. Second fight of the evening. Going to be Ginty taking on Halal Ham. And there's been plenty of words exchanged between these two. Most of them cringe, but even so, I feel like I can make this clock a bit better, can't I? There we go. Boom. Ooh, 3 minutes on this one. So, three-minute rounds. So, right, both boxers have come into the center. They're keeping a bit of distance away from each other, actually showing a bit of boxing IQ here. So, they're both just pouring out. They're just putting out some rangefinders, both doing the exact same. I like Ginty's stance. Ginty has got this right hand. He's got the left for the jab. The right is it's locked, it's loaded, it's ready. And Halal Ham is aware of that. So at the moment, they're both in the center, but they can't get close enough to each other to actually land anything. It's Halal Ham that's being the aggressor, and he's driven Ginty back. Halal Ham does commit, and then we get a clinch from Ginty. So Ginty on the outside, Halal Ham in the center. And he's trying to find a way of coming forward again. Nice head movement. Nice guard as well. He's really protecting that chin. There's a slip there for Halal Ham. I don't know if the ref's going to count that or not. He's telling him to go back. He is counting it. So that's going to count as a knockdown for Ginty. We need to take a little look at that. Camera angle was not the best. They were quite close. I reckon he's just caught him with a little something. and Halal Ham went down. Ginty standing his ground in the center. That's more than a warning for Halal Ham. That's obviously going to be a big blow because he's going to lose this round. There wasn't much in it. That knockdown definitely gives it to Ginty. So Halal Ham on the outsides. Honestly, it looked like it could have been potentially a slip, but there's no complaints from Halal Ham. So I think he did get caught with something, but it was hard to see exactly what it was. Jab coming in there by Ginty. Halal trying to keep his arms up. Nice head movement. Getting off the center line there as jab comes in by Ginty. We got into the final minute. Ginty backing up a little bit. Ginty hasn't offered a great deal, in all fairness. He's the one that's been getting backed up a little bit. He's still been working. He's been keeping to the fundamentals. It's maybe not been the most exciting fight in the world, but it's kind of interesting to watch in regards to the fact that both of them are being quite disciplined with their game plans, and they're using their jabs. They're keeping a decent distance. Obviously, that distance is a little bit too great for both guys, but I mean, that is really the strategy of Halal Ham because he knows that the reach is massively in Ginty's favor. So he has to make sure that he's like well away, well outside that reach. Right, it's going to be a Ginty round. Come on, Ginty. Halal got dropped. Yeah, I want to see a replay of that. I don't know if they'll show it, though. I want to see a replay of it because I didn't see exactly what he got caught with. I'm guessing it's a little... I don't know if it's a little jab, if it's a little hook. It might have been a little uppercut. I don't know, but it felt like it was in quite a close space. I didn't see what he got dropped with. Referee counted it, though, and as we said, no complaints. Here we go. So he comes in. Oh, it's just a right hand. It's just a little right hand on the side of the head. So as Halal is charging in, he just gets clipped with a little right hand on the side of the head. There's not really much. I mean, there must have been a little bit of momentum behind it, but there was no big swing or anything. It's just a little bang, but it's just right in the sweet spot. And down he went. So, yeah, he loses that first round, Halal Ham. And now he's come out a lot more aggressive, which, in all fairness, he's going to need to do that. He needs to get in quite close because this is where Ginty's 10-inch reach advantage is going to work against him. Halal Ham has obviously got shorter arms, and if he gets in close, like Ginty has got longer arms, it's going to be a bit more awkward for him in the pocket. So, yeah, we need to see Halal Ham trying to find a way of getting the work done. I'd like to see him work the body, actually. Like to see him really hit some big body shots, slip the jab, go in, bang. Referee coming in, having a word with both guys. Yeah, I don't know what he was talking to him about, but referee just having a word with both guys. Halal being quite big with his movement. And we're seeing Ginty backing up a little bit. Jab coming in there by Halal. Halal trying to find a way forward. Ginty backing up. Right hand there by Ginty. He's shown that he's pretty good on the back foot, though. I mean, he managed to get that knockdown whilst he was backing up. So he's got the ability to just find an angle, find something. 1-2, nice 1-2, straight down the middle there by Ginty on his toes on the outside. He's really trying to use boxing fundamentals. But the output is pretty low as Halal is able to outwork Ginty. Gets into the clinch. They break apart. Jab coming in there by Ginty was good. Big left hand by Halal. Ginty on the outsides. Trying to get his jab going, but Halal just on the outside of that jab. 50-odd seconds left to go. Quite a close round, this one. Definitely Halal has been the aggressor. As Ginty again throwing out, big left hand by Ginty, but Halal continues to move forward. He's got Ginty backed in the corner. Big shots raining blows, 1-2s, straight down the middle by Halal. And Ginty definitely ate some there. Definitely ate some. That was one of the bigger moments of this round so far. Jabs coming in there by Ginty. Yeah, you could make the argument that this was Halal rounds. Feels like that little flurry might have just given it to him. So it could be 1-1 as we go into the thirds. Jab coming in again there by Ginty as Halal's got him backed into the corner. And again, just a flurry of shots. But the thing is that they clinch up, and it means that Halal can't really get off much clean. He can't really get many big shots off. But yeah, there we go. End of the rounds. I think it's probably 1-1, but feel free to put your thoughts in as to which way you think this is going. Perhaps you think it's 2-0 to Ginty. Perhaps you think it's 1-1. I think it's, I've got it as 1-1. Looks a little bit knackered. Halal Ham, he's been working hard in all fairness. He's been working harder than Ginty has. Dort Knight, shout out to you, buds. J-Dub, shout out to you. How can I see Ice Poseidon's fights? Not possible, right? Said Flip Flat. I honestly, I don't know, buds. I don't know. That is going to be coming up in a bit. We've got the women's fight next, I believe. But, yeah, I mean, certainly on YouTube, they'd be ripping them down. But we're underway. Round number 3. Third round of 3. And I've got it as 1-1 at the moment. Halal Ham did get dropped in the first, but he was up pretty quickly. And it was just a short little shot. Halal Ham in that second round being a bit more aggressive and getting some nice moments as a result. Let's see what the third's going to offer. We've had 30 seconds so far, and we've just got Ginty using his jab, standing his ground in the center. He's just keeping Halal on the outside. Good strategy, this is. He's not backing up anymore, Ginty here. He's standing his ground in the center, and he's just using that jab to make sure that Halal can't get in close. Threatens to throw the right hand. Again, gives Halal something to think about. Ginty, again, trying to find a way of throwing that jab out, and he does. Again, keeping Halal on the outside. I feel like Halal has faded a little bit here. I think he really put his foot on the gas in the second, and I think it's resulting in him not having much for the third. He's got to get going, man. I feel like Ginty has landed a few jabs here, and I feel that Ginty is probably in the better position to win this fight at the moment. So 1 minute 30. We need something big from Halal. And Ginty just keeping it simple, just jabbing away, getting through, using the 10-inch reach advantage. Lovely work there by Ginty. Another jab getting through. And Halal on the outside again, just keeps feinting and teasing that he's going to come in. But again, he hasn't found a way of getting in. Slips the shot there. Halal does, as Ginty is starting to tire as well. We're seeing Ginty's arms just starting to show signs of getting a little bit heavy. 50-odd seconds on the clock. It looks like both of these guys have kind of given everything. Whatever they've got in the tank, they're going to have to empty in the final 10, 20-odd seconds. They just get close enough to clinch up. I'd say this third round has been a little bit flat compared to what we'd seen leading up to it. But even so, it's going to make it quite close. I don't see how we give this to Halal, to be honest. Nice. That was a nice overhand there, though, by Halal. That was nice. That gave Ginty something to think about. I don't know that it's going to be enough to give him the round, though. It was a nice shot. Jab, Ginty trying to find a way forward, but his footwork seems to be leaving him. And these two embrace at the end of that. We're going to go to the judges. We have gone the distance. We thought that we might go the distance in this one. We know that Halal did go the distance with Salt Pappy, and that's impressive. So felt like the distance was on the books here, and it's exactly what we've done. How many rounds? 3 rounds. 3 rounds. And that is the end of that. I mean, it is true. Halal Ham, I think, was the more aggressive fighter. They're just promoting Ryan Garcia's fight. Ryan Garcia and Tank, that fight coming up. I think it's April, is it, for that? We'll be doing that. We're definitely looking to do future Misfits cards. Saturday, the 22nd of April, Tank against Ryan Garcia. That is tasty, man. That is tasty. We're definitely looking to do that as well. It's just big streams coming up. Right. We got Ginty in the center. Obviously, we're just waiting right now. "10-inch reach advantage is massive, absolutely huge, and he did use it to full effect. Ollie said 28-27 to Ginty. MA plays games, said, I think Ginty. That says who won. We're just waiting to find out, buds. Watson said draw. No one really deserves the win. I know it doesn't work that way, but anyway. Punchy said Miss Clown. Miss Clown, shout out to you. Orlando said that was a boring fight. Francesco said it was a snooze fest. We did get a knockdown in there. I would agree the third round was quite flat. I think they'd both gassed by that point. In fact, looking at Halal Ham, he looks pretty gassed now. So, yeah, we've got AJ Bunker and Astrid coming up next, I believe. 1-1-1, but Ginty knocks down will give him the dub for me, says Ollie. Right, here we go. We're just 3 rounds. All 3. 30-27. Right, Ginty gets every single round. All 3 judges gave him every single round. I think that second round is really close. I think I would have personally given it to Halal Ham, but I think it's really close, that second round. I don't mind that. I think Ginty takes the first because of the knockdown. I think Ginty outworks him in the thirds. Yeah, I mean, the right person won. Unanimous decision, though. It's a victory for Ginty. And Ginty being quite respectful with everyone in the ring. Loham had a lot to say in the build for this. He had a lot to say. Ginty won. He did. 30-27. Second round was definitely Ham. Ginty wins. I am 2-0, said Nidula. Mr. Dell Jr., shout out to you. Just put in start times for UFC. We are going to be doing that as soon as we're done here. Hopefully, we don't get any clash. Hopefully, we don't get any crossover, but who knows? There could be. We've actually been going for an hour. We've only had 2 fights, so it could get a little late. Okay, they're talking now to Ginty. They're talking to the winner. So, yeah, we just saw Tempo Arts calling out True Geordie. Has True Geordie responded to that, by the way? We need to have a look at it, don't we, on social media? I'm glad I outboxed him, said Ginty. Big Tempo calls out True Geordie after finishing Godson in the first round. True Geordie, what have you said? Have you responded? Nothing. Nothing from True Geordie. He's running scared. He's running scared. Let's tweet out. True Geordie fears tempo. Pineda, is he calling out Pineda? And Swarms. Swarms is in the building, apparently, so. Okay. Pineda. I need to not be so hesitant to throw. It's good advice. I need to throw more punches. Is great advice for any boxer. Yeah, I've just tweeted out True Geordie fears tempo arts. That is a fact. That cannot be denied. If he didn't fear him, he would have put a message out by now immediately. He would have said anytime, any place. He would have said something. He said nothing. True Geordie said nothing. What do you expect? Everyone is running scared from the 18-year-olds. Al Geordie. Al Geordie. A lot of people are calling him True Geordie. That's what a lot of people are calling him. Easy for Astrid. She is then going to call out El Brooks, said Jake. You need to sell custody. You need to sell custody. What's that? Is that a new form of custard? I would go with Edward, says William. We've had, how many votes? We had 269. Keep your votes coming in. Which way do you think this lady fight is going to go? It is for the championship. The championship is on the line. So which way do you think this is going to go? Is it going to be Astrid Wet or is it going to be AJ Bunker? They're bringing out Walid. Walid's obviously not fighting on this card. I'm happy to be here. I wish I was fighting. Yeah, what did you find out? When did you find out? Before the weigh-ins. So he's saying that the MRI came back and his opponent wasn't looking good, wasn't able to compete. They couldn't find a replacement for the replacement. And it is what it is. They're talking about like Deen the Great. Oh, True Geordie, in all fairness, True Geordie has responded. He said, no problem. Heavyweight means heavy checks. Tell Mams Taylor, show me the money. True Geordie has responded and said, show me the money. So everything we just said is still very much true. True Geordie is scared of tempo arts. He's running scared. He's put this out to throw people off the scent. He's basically saying heavyweight means heavy checks. He knows they're not going to pay big money for a tempo arts fight, right? Tempo arts has had one win. He's 18 years old. He's a kid, right? True Geordie is putting barriers in the way for him to step in there because he is running scared of Tempo Arts, El Geordie. Right, we're still hearing from Walid. I think there's definite interest in him taking on Deen the Great in the future. I think there's definite interest after the press conference, of course. But he's not an influencer. He's a boxer. But I used to fight in MMA, says William. Days the Great, Miss Clown, shout out to you. Who's fought so far? So far, we've had Tempo Arts against Godson. Tempo Arts won. Godson didn't come out in the second rounds. Then we had Ginty against Halal Ham, and Ginty picking up the victory. Now we're just waiting for our next fight, which is going to be the women. And we haven't gone to that. Instead, we've been hearing from Walid Sharks. And yeah, we're just waiting to go over to this next one. So that's everyone that's thought at the moment. We've got people putting their thoughts in regards to this women's fight. And this women's fight is important because we're going to crown the first ever Misfits flyweight women's champion. And it's going to either be Astrid Wet or it's going to be AJ Bunker. Also, the person that loses has got to change their social media name. So if Astrid Wet loses, she's agreed she's going to change her social media names over to Astrid Wet Wipe. That's the level that we're dealing with here. And AJ Bunker is going to change her name over to AJ Flunker. So real heavy stuff. Real heavy stuff on the line here. As that has added extra spice. I'm sure you'll agree. Extra spice. Astrid Wet claims that she's been in a very tough training camp for this. She beat Keeley at Misfits 1, which, honestly, she didn't look great. Astrid Wet looked like that was pretty comfortable for her. She is an OnlyFans model. She's very composed, likes to be quite aggressive and take the fight to her opponents. She's 112 pounds. This got a lot of social media, actually, attention. Do you remember, some of you might not have seen, but at the press conference for the first Misfits, she actually reached over and tried to kiss KSI. KSI was in a relationship, and so he backed away. And it's kind of a famous clip where she was getting a lot of online banter because she tried to kiss, like, KSI, and he was like seemingly not interested. I'm sure he was interested, but is in a relationship, so that wouldn't have played very well. So what she did is she actually brought a fake KSI to the weigh-in for this one and managed to get that kiss off the fake KSI, which I thought was really, really clever, really fun. It's a really good idea. And I saw that clip of her kissing the fake KSI had done over 1 million views on Twitter. 1 million views for that clip. So, I mean, look, this girl knows what she's doing. Whether she can fight, though, I mean, we just haven't really seen. AJ Bunker is making her Misfits debut. She's improving. She's also moving down in weight. And that has been a big talking point coming into this fight, is that she's fighting at a lighter weight. AJ Bunker at 110. Astrid Wet at 112. Bunker's coming in with a 4-inch reach advantage. Astrid is 22. AJ Bunker's 30. Height-wise, not loads between them, just a couple of inches for AJ Bunker. She is coming in and making a debut, AJ Bunker. She did face Elle Brooke and lost, I believe, in that fight, but bounced back with a win in November. Here's our first one. I think, is it AJ? I think it's AJ that's going to make her way down first. So AJ, I believe, has been in Love Island. That's kind of where she made her name. So she's making her way down. AJ Bunker. This is to crown the first champion. As we said, I think Astrid against Elle Brooke. I think that's quite a big match, actually. They've had a bit of confrontation. I think they were getting into each other's faces for the last Misfits event. So there's a bit of heat there. There's a bit of fire there. So I think probably like the Misfits are hoping that Astrid's going to get the win here. And then maybe we could see El Brook against Astrids. AJ Bunker was on Love Island, said Watson. What are these plastic belts? I haven't seen. Have they shown it? I haven't actually seen the women's one. Okay, AJ has made her way down. We're just waiting now for Astrid to come down. This is our third fight of the evening. So if you are just joining us, Tempo Arts victorious, Ginty victorious. Walid Shark's fight is off. And now we are going over to the women. I think the next one after this is going to be the tag match. I think it's the tag match after this. Here is Astrid's. Astrid's making her way down, dancing her way down. She's very confident. She's a show woman as well, you know. As I said, you know, she's had some fun at the weigh-ins. And now here she is making her way down to the ring. It wouldn't shock me if I saw Edward Brown versus AJ Bunker, said Dork Knight. Listen, it wouldn't shock me if Edward Brown was AJ Bunker. I could believe they're probably the same person. Omar said, would you rather beat Roman for WWE or Tyson Fury for the heavyweight title? I would rather beat Tyson Fury. I think because the thing is that if you beat Tyson Fury, then you've actually like achieved that. Whereas in WWE, if you beat Roman, then it's been scripted for you to do that. Like, probably possible to become the WWE champion if you commit yourself to it. If you've won the boxing heavyweight champion, like if Tyson Fury got himself shredded, if he got himself into just an incredible physical shape, hit the gym hard, quit boxing, dedicated himself to WWE, would it shock anyone if they put the WWE championship on him? Can't say it would shock me. We put the women's belt on Ronda. Wouldn't shock me that at some point we put their main title on Tyson Fury. So yeah, I think if you win that one, it probably unlocks the other as well. Astrid fighting out of Portsmouth. The queen of UK TikTok. Okay, going to be underway with this one soon. We've had nearly 500 votes. Astrid Wet, 74%. AJ Bunker, 26%. It seems like the majority of you are very much with Astrid Wet. I can tell you, 78% of people on Tapology went with Astrid Wet, 22% with AJ Bunker. So it seems like people aren't favoring AJ Bunker in this at all. Seems like Astrid is the person that people are believing are going to get the job done. Here we go, about to get underway, and we are underway. Straight into the center goes AJ Bunker, and it's really scrappy. Look, you can see. Look at that. She's just constantly throwing out jabs, constantly giving Astrid something to think about. Astrid eating them and trying to find a way past it. She lands a big shot of her own. What we're seeing from AJ Bunker here, just constantly spamming the jab, the left-hand jab. It's quite reckless. There's not much of a defense. Her defense is just eat this. That's her defense, but it means that Astrid can just land some shots. She's having to, they're really swinging away in the center. I mean, honestly, Astrid, it is like someone is playing a video game, just spamming the jab button. She's like, she's just constantly throwing it out. But what it means is she's leaving the one side of her face kind of like exposed. And if you time it right, you could get shots through, because it is literally just this. Astrid is finding ways through, and she's going to knacker herself out as well, you know. Surely she's going to knacker herself out. The amount of volume that she's throwing, bang, 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 bang. Astrid Wet's face has gone red. She's definitely eaten some of these jabs. So she's definitely been clipped a fair few times. But she's definitely boxing cleaner, Astrid. She's being a bit more patient. She's not spamming. If she takes this into the deeper water, I think you're going to see AJ Bunker absolutely knackered. I think AJ is going to be knackered by the end of this round, to be honest. She's come out. She's spammed those jabs. Astrid is still in front of her. AJ is backed into the corner. She's getting that smash. She eats some big shots. The defense is failing AJ. They're swinging away at the moment. Astrid knows it's a hell of a fight. Look at these. They are swinging away. Oh, man, that is awesome. They were both just engaging in each other. Astrid ate some jabs, but she stayed in the fight. She was finding the cleaner shots. Oh, man, that was fun. That was fun. Was it technically, like, amazing? No. No. It was probably one level above two girls outside of a pub. But, what I will say, Astrid was the more composed. She was eating a lot of shots, but she was trying to find openings. And she really had AJ in a lot of trouble. AJ at certain points towards the end of that round was like all over the place because Astrid was finding these shots through. She was tagging her, and AJ at one point I think had her hands in the air. She was like spinning around. She was in a whole world of pain. Wow. I mean, I don't know if you're going to count that on shots landed, it probably is AJ because she really spammed the jab, but these two swinging away. AJ is just literally like, there's times where AJ has got her back turned. Look at her. She's just literally like running. AJ has just not got much in the way of technique. She's trying to go back to that jab. That was a nice right hand. Astrid, I don't think there's much power coming from AJ because Astrid is just eating those shots. Again, we're seeing AJ Bunker running. Actually turning her back and like running away. Again, look, she just doesn't seem to be able to deal with the pressure that's coming in from Astrid. Astrid is putting pressure on AJ. We've seen that constant jab go away now from AJ. Lovely shot coming in there by Astrid. Now we're seeing AJ stepping away, the back into the center, a couple of shots straight down the middle. Astrid points out the mouth guard has come out. The mouthpiece has come out. And there is just a quick little breather. And I'll tell you what, she needs it as well. Look at that. Some deep breaths here by AJ. So she's gone back to the corner. She's taken some deep breaths. Both women are about to step back into the middle. We got 30 some odd seconds coming in. Right there, swinging away in the corner. Astrid is the one that's putting that pressure on. Astrid definitely looks like she's the better boxer. AJ just looks like she's just in there fighting for her life. She is trying to jab away. She's not spamming the jabs anymore. Shot coming in there. Left-hand shot coming in by Astrid. Astrid trying to keep a good base. She's constantly going where the fight is going. We've got AJ backing up a little bit, trying to step into the center. I mean, AJ is just all over the place. She gets jabbed there. The hands are low. The hands are real low by AJ. Wow. Man, this is just wild. This is just wild. How are you seeing it? I mean, honestly, how the hell do you score this fight? I feel like it could be 1-1. I feel like if you go with volume for the first round, the jab, bang, 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 maybe that goes to AJ Bunker as a result. The cleaner fighter, the better boxer, the more technical skill is with Astrid. No doubt about that whatsoever. And I think maybe that started to show itself now that AJ has started to slow down. So I feel like 1-1, but oh my God. I don't envy the judges having to score this one. I really don't. I really don't. It's wild. I've got to think this is going to be a flat round, though. I mean, certainly for AJ. AJ's got to be feeling it now. Right, here we go. Okay, we've got AJ trying to throw some shots. They're both standing in the center. We're seeing Astrid getting that left hand through. He's getting some real success here with this jab. Her jab is a lot more accurate than the shots that AJ is throwing. AJ's shots, she's chucking them out there, but there's not really any pop in them. She's trying to swarm some through. There is a bit of blood on the nose of Wet, though. Astrid Wet definitely got a bit of blood coming down. She's eaten a lot of shots, Astrid Wet. I will say that. But again, oh, that's a lovely right hand. AJ Bunker goes back against the ropes. These two again just swinging away. They're giving everything they've got. They both want that championship. They're both battling away. We've got Astrid in the center. AJ moving forward. AJ getting some success. It's really close this, you know, but I feel like the bigger moments, like there's some big jabs. I feel like when AJ gets hit, these they're so big. Like when AJ gets hit, she's like, ah. He doesn't take shots and just like hide it. If she gets jabbed, she's like, ah. Proper snapping her head back. It's very dramatic whenever she gets punched. Jab coming in there by Astrid. Blood coming down. If you look at them, look at that. Every time she's getting jabbed in the face, she just, like, her head gets snapped back. I feel like it might be with Astrid. I feel like Astrid's, I think because of AJ snapping her head back so much and being so big with it, you can see when those shots are landing. It feels like Astrid has really got through. Both women are knackered. Even the referee is applauding. Even the ref is applauding. Astrid thinks that she's got it won. I think it's tough to score. I think that if you look at damage, and the blood all on the nose and everything, then you know, you might be tempted to go with AJ. I think I would be going with Astrid. I think if we look at the better boxer, I think it's Astrid that won it, you know. Let me know, what do you think? What do you think? Really close. Really close. Astrid is winning, said Xander Zilla. Right, who wins? Whilst we're waiting for this result to come in, I've seen less effort in some UFC fights. Man, yeah, honestly, that was two girls that really wanted this win. That meant everything to these two. They weren't playing around. They went out there. They really tried to pick up the victory in this. They really tried. What I'll say is what you can see from Astrid is you can see that she's training and you can see that she's putting the work in and you can see that she is trying to do this the right way. And what AJ Bunker showed was just going out there and spamming, man. She just spammed that jab hard in the first round. And then I think she just was like a moving punching bag, to be honest. I think she lost the second and the third. But it's hard to say because she was also throwing a lot still, but I just don't know that it was landing. And whenever she got punched, all you saw AJ go, yeah, look, I think both of these are going to be welcomed back. Both of these, well, one of them's about to be a champion. But, yeah, both of these will be welcomed back. Let's see who's going to be crowned the Misfits Flyweight Champion. It's taken a while to get these scores. Khan said, who won out of Halal Ham and Ginty? It was Ginty. Went to the judges. They scored it 30-27, unanimous. Slim is in the ring. Dean's fight is going to be good, said Bendy Brothers. J-Dub said, respect to the ladies, even though I don't want to say it. I think if you just take it for what it's worth, do you know what I mean? No one's saying that this is like the elite level of boxing or that this is... I don't think anyone's looking at this and praising like the technical ability, but it's just in this world, in this influencer world, where really anyone can step in. If you're an influencer that's got a decent following and you fancy your chances, anyone can step into this world. It's really just a fight to see who the best is. And eventually we're going to get to the point where that standard is quite high, you know. We're going to get to the point where, you know, you're going to have to beat the likes of KSI who's champion or King Kenny that's champion or Salt Pappy that's champion. Like, you're going to need to have something about you. You're going to need to have some skill. Right now, it does feel like just someone that's fairly athletic, that's done a little bit of boxing, could get in there and, you know, do fairly well for themselves. Fast forward a year or two, and we could be at the point where even that's not quite good enough. So, yeah, I think we know where the standard is right now, but listen, if they're going to give us that kind of effort, fair play. Fair play. That's one of the most exciting things that Telford's ever seen, let me tell you. Right, we're still waiting for this decision. I think we've got we should have the tag match coming up next. Is Walid fighting today? Sadly not, no. Sadly not. His fight fell through. Okay, so still waiting at the moment. It is true. This is only 3 rounds. Like, you'd think this is like a 20-round fight, and the maths is really complicated. Like, why is it taking so long to count the 3-round scorecard? But it'll be more competitive than the Shevchenko fight, said Francesco. Is Walid fighting someone? No, sadly not. Sadly not. I'm sure they'll look to get him in there with Deen the Great, though. This wasn't a wasted experience for him. Right, here we go. Both of the women stepping into the center. We should get the answer on this. Which way is it going to go? Please give a round of applause. And there's a good response there for these two. $29-28 wet. It's going to be a draw. Wet. Oh, she's got it. Majority decision. Astrid Wet gets it. Astrid Wet gets it. It's majority decision. 2 judges scored it 29-28 to her. 1 judge scored it a draw. Astrid Wet has got that championship belt around her waist. Wow, there we go. AJ gave a really good account of herself. Went in there. Considering she's got limited boxing experience, it did show, but she made up for it with heart and volume. And, like, she really went for it. But I think this is the right result. I think it's the right result. I had 2 judges at it 29-28. I had it 29-28. 1 judge saw it 29-29. That was good, man. That could end up being fight of the night, you know. I think a lot of the fights we've got coming up might not be as competitive. They might be a bit more one-sided. So that might be the fight of the night. I feel like King Kenny should have too much for Rak-Su. Deen the Great as well. Jay Swingler as well. I feel like the top of the cards is really there to just build some names or cement some names as like the big players. They're just talking about the possibility of a rematch. Don't know that I need to see a rematch, to be honest. AJ Bunker, I believe now has to change her social media to AJ Flunker. That was part of the bet. There we go. Astrid Wet is victorious. We're just interviewing her at the moment. Astrid says that she damaged her nose recently, so it opened up and it bled. So she's saying it looked worse than it was. She said, I've done a lot of work for this. I've done a lot of sparring. I'm really well conditioned. So I'm very proud of myself. That's good. Has Ice Poseidon fought yet? Said Flip Flap. Think it should be next, but I think this much spoken about tag match, first ever boxing tag match, should be coming up next. Has Jay fought yet? Who won? That's our main event. That'll be coming up much later. Astrid said that she'd be open to the rematch. But I do want to go forward, not backwards. Elbrook. Elbrook has come in. There's been a bit of heat between these two before. They're asking, do you want this fight? I think when it's been brought up before, she's spoken about the weight and the weight being a problem. So she says, I want bigger and badder things. So she says she wants bigger, badder things. So she doesn't seemingly want that fight. Props to you. Yeah, I was going to say, this is a bit weird because I feel like Elbrook is getting more talking time than Astrid, who just won the fight. I think they brought Elbrook in thinking that there was going to be some fireworks there, but she's like, nah, I want bigger and badder things. Okay, so Astrid said that she'd be willing to come up if she had to. Feels like that fight could happen at some point, but I don't know. Don't really get much vibe from Elbrook that she's that interested. It's in the past anyway. We're moving on. Coming up next, we've got the much debated, much discussed boxing tag team fight. This has appalled many in the boxing world. I can't get a read of it. I just don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. I can't wait to see it. What I do know is it's got the GOAT in it. It's got the GOAT, and that is Luis Pineda. Vamos! He's going to be in there with B-Dave, Los Pineda, Coladas, taking on D-Generation Ice. As we've got Ice Poseidon and Anthony Vargas and their manager, Tasha Weekender, or Tash Weekender. So, yeah, this is going to be a tag match. There's quite a bit to go through. To be honest, I think we just need to watch it rather than worry too much about the little details. The one thing I do know is if you're going to keep tagging in and out, then the ref can penalize you. So you can't just keep doing that and take a mick out of it. Equally, when you tag out, you are given like space to exit and for the new person to come in. It's not like there's punches coming in as that changeover is happening. The one thing that I'm a bit uncertain about is if you're in a boxing match, right, and you've got an opponent right in front of you, and they're about to throw some shots, hook shots, jabs, you don't know what's coming. Like, how are you going to make that tag? Do you know what I mean? Like, how are you going to like do that? Do you tell the referee, I want to make a tag, and then he goes, okay, and then pushes the person away, and then you tag in? But you can't do that when you're in the middle of the ring. Like, surely you've got to get over to a certain distance. That's the bit I'm a bit confused about. I mean, what happens if you make a tag, leave yourself exposed, and get caught? Like, are we saying that that's just part of this match? That is just part of this. That's how this works. I don't know. That could be an interesting aspect to this fight is at what point do you make that tag? At what point do you actually go for it? Because that would surely be the moment where you'd be waiting. I'd be waiting. As soon as I'm watching, they're back in the corner. In my head, I'm thinking he's going to make that tag. Going to make that tag. He looks like he's going to make that tag with his left hand. So I'm going to smash him on the left side of his face. Like there's a hook shot coming in, or I'm targeting that side. And that's going to be an opening for me. And I don't know if that's been took into account. I mean, it might have. But do you tell the ref and then the ref says, okay, back away, and then you make the tag? Or do you have to try and find an opportunity to make the tag? That's what I'm looking for. That's an interesting aspect. The rest of it, when you're actually in there, the rest of it's just a normal boxing match. So there's nothing like crazy in that regards. The other person, of course, is not going to come running into the ring. Like, you're not going to have that. The person on the outside of the ring can't interfere or anything. So we're not going to be seeing that. They can't, like, manipulate the ropes or, do you know what I mean? Like, there's not going to be any of that kind of silliness. This isn't WWE in that regard. So I don't know, look, I think if this is kept as professional as possible and has got like some interesting like narrative to it, and afterwards people are like, that was all right, then they'll run it again. And I think we could, I just think, like, could you imagine? I mean, the ultimate would be the Pauls against Deji and KSI, wouldn't it? If this tag team thing works and it's good and it works, then we could see something along those lines of Logan and Jake versus Deji and KSI. Now, whether they could all get to the same weight, because there's no way you could mix weights, because that would be dangerous. You wouldn't want to be putting in someone really small in there with someone really big. Deji trying to take on Logan. Not a good idea, but equally, I think we could definitely do some stuff with this. You could start to then get like a couple of guys from FaZe coming in and like taking on a couple of people from another group, and it does open up a whole world of possibility. So this is something that I think is in their interest to make work and to make look good. Yeah, I'm open to it. Let's put it that way. I'm open to it. I can't sit here and say it's going to be a great success. I can't say that it's a great look for boxing. But as I said, I don't think you can watch this show and worry about like boxing. This is entertainment, innit? This is its own thing. Even the promoters are saying like, this is its own thing. Just don't worry about it. Do you know what I mean? It's not like we're trying to bring on professional fighters and mix the two worlds. This is its own world. So don't worry about it. Do you know what I mean? Don't know. This is the kind of place where you can maybe afford to not have to take things like that as serious. I very much doubt the WBC are going to introduce tag team boxing in their ranks. So this can operate in its own little space. It's Telford. Do you know what I mean? Weird things happen in Telford. Let's go DX, said Finley. I'm least excited for the main event, said Watson. Forget Creed 3. We've got Pineda 3. Vamos! Vamos! I hope we don't get any multi-men spots, said Jake. Yeah, we definitely don't need that. Definitely don't need that. We don't need all 4 guys in the ring at the same time. But in all fairness, I'm going to give credit to Misfits here. The noise that's been made is that they are not looking to do that. They're not looking to mess around with that. They're not looking for this to be a joke or to make a mockery, right? I know people will be like, it's a tag match. They're already making a mockery, right? I understand. But you can understand why it's in their interest for this to work, because some of the combinations of tag teams that you could put together would be money. Like it could really lead to some big, exciting things. And you could have like a specialist tag division. As we said, KSI and Deji fighting together as a team would be incredible. You could have tag belts. It's another division. It's another attraction. It's something a bit different. Let's see. Right. Ice Poseidon and Anthony Vargas are about to make their way down. D-Generation Ice, and there is their manager. They are coming down with Tash Weekender. They said it reminds them of Elizabeth, Macho Man, and Hulk Hogan. I am not getting those vibes. I actually think that comment is more offensive than the idea of tag team boxing. I think comparing this woman to Miss Elizabeth is the most offensive thing I've ever heard. Right, we've got Ice Poseidon just spitting out the water like Triple H. Time to play the game. They've come down in matching cloaks. Ah, vamos! Vamos! Here we go. He's got a mask on. He looks like Sin Cara. It's a sick mask. That is actually... that could be a Sin Cara mask, you know. Vamos! Okay, so we got Pineda making his way down. B-Dave as well. So we got D-Generation Ice coming down in matching cloaks and matching ring gear. They're wearing black. And Pineda and B-Dave are coming down in white. This is so pro wrestling. We got the heels in black. We got the baby faces in white. This is Los Pineda Coladas. It's Sin Cara, said Finley. Let's go. Pineda, said Ishan. Vamos! Yes! He is so over. He is so over. Right, here we go. This is in the light heavyweight division, apparently. I don't know if they ever revealed that. Okay, so we have the intros just being done at the moment. This is pretty mad. This is pretty mad. Seeing like 2 boxers in each corner is pretty wild. They are the bad guys. They're getting boos. Man, this reaction when they announce Pineda is going to be cool. I might be able to hear it from... It's only 20 minutes up the road. I might not even need the headphones. Might be that loud. The Vamos might be that loud. I might be able to hear it from here. In the blue corner. There we go. There's the Raw. This is what the people paid to see. They didn't. It's not about Jay Swingler. Hey, Dave. Ah, Big Raw. Big Raw. Pineda steps into the middle. Vamos! Vamos! Right. Lots of vamosing. Okay, so Pineda is starting. So Pineda and Ice Poseidon looking to start things off. I don't know how many rounds this is. So Ice Poseidon, man, this is going to be an ask, isn't it? This is going to be an ask. Right, here we go. It's going to be 4 rounds. We got B-Dave. They've got, seemingly they've got little stages for them to stand on. So they're not actually standing on the edge of the ring. Pineda chance. Oh, that's a lovely hook shot. And is the tag made? Yeah, tag is made. Tag is made. Ice Poseidon gets out and Pineda has got the better of him. Now we've got a couple of shots coming in by Pineda again. Big Pineda chance. Vargas in the clinch. Anthony Vargas keeping his hands quite low. Keeps keeping his head low as well. He's really ducking down. Trying to throw a big overhand right. Pineda just backing away a little bit. Getting his hands back up. Body shot coming in. There's a shot to the side of the head there by Pineda. Vargas doing... She's a bit of a problem, this Tash Weekender. She's jumped up onto the ring and she's cheering away. Now we've tagged back out. That's the kind of thing that people can, lay into. Oh, big shots coming in. I mean, so far, it's been all right, you know. B-Dave, we've got a tag. In comes B-Dave. B-Dave is coming in for the first time. We've already seen a couple of tags for D-Generation Ice. Got some, big body shots. B-Dave going over, swinging away. Tag is made. Tag is made. He didn't want any more of that. In comes Vargas. Body shots coming in there by B-Dave. Honestly, so far, this has been all right, you know. Been all right. Seeing them tag out makes them seem a little, not like cowards, but like, do you know what I mean? Like, oh, it's getting a bit much. I'm going to tag out. And that actually gets a reaction from the crowds because the crowd are like, oh, he couldn't take that heat. He's tagged out. So like she's a problem. Jumping up on the edge of the ring, screaming away like, that shouldn't have been allowed. But that's got nothing to do with the tag match. It's just her being a douche. Into the clinch. Shots coming into the side of the body. Hook shot coming in. B-Dave runs over. Tags in Pineda. Ice Poseidon gets tagged in. Looks over. Sees that Pineda's in there. And now swinging away. Ice Poseidon in trouble. Lovely shot. Big blows. Ice Poseidon in full retreat. Trying to make the tag. That bit needs to be worked on. That bit needs to be worked on. We saw Ice Poseidon in a whole world of trouble. Tries to make the tag, and as he's trying to make the tag, this is where, like, Pineda's, like, trying to come in with some big shots. That's a problem. That, I think, is going to be a little bit of a problem, because that's where you could get caught and slept. I feel like that needs a little bit of work, to be honest. That's the bit I was worried about. I sort of feel like, imagine if there was like, imagine if there was just a little semicircle in the corner, and if you managed to get into that semicircle, it's an automatic tag. So if you go into that corner, it's an automatic. You could have it as an automatic tag rather than having, so that way you don't ever have to drop your defense. You've just got to try and get into this part of the ring, and then you can automatically tag out. It just seems a little bit dangerous, what with them trying to like tag, leaving themselves exposed. Bang! I think I'd be tempted to just have a little look at that. But I must say, after the first round, I think it's worked quite well, actually. Shots coming in by Pineda. It really helps that the crowd are so into it as well because of Pineda. Right, here we go. Jab coming in there by... Couple of jabs coming in again there by Vargas. Oh, shot to the side of the head there by Pineda. Lovely shot by Pineda. Into the clinch at the moment. We've got some body shots coming in. Referee coming in, trying to separate them apart. No tag was made there. And now we've got... body shot coming in. Yeah, Ice Poseidon does not want to get in. Ice Poseidon does not want to get in. We've got some interesting storylines here where Ice Poseidon did not want in this fight. Does not want to deal with Pineda. Pineda again coming forwards. Ice Poseidon's in trouble. I really don't think we're going to make it to the end of this one. Referee separating them apart. Pineda goes over, tags in B-Dave. B-Dave. He's not got the ability, maybe, of like a Pineda, but when he's fresh, look, big body shot. Shot coming into the side of the head. He's trying to make the tag. Referee has called it. Referee has called it. Pineda wins. Vamos! B-Dave wins. I mean, you've got a little bit of a problem there where, you know, the one partner is trying to tag the other partner. If the other partner doesn't come in, it is in the rules that the ref will just call it. There was too much reluctance from these two when they were tagging back over. I think there's definitely some things that need to be cleaned up about this. I can't say that that's like a massive failure or something. Jay said there should be a limit to tags. Pineda and Dave win. Vamos! Vamos! Yeah, I think there's something there. I think there's something there. I think it needs a bit of cleaning up. I do think here, you know, we've got a tag that's trying to be made there by Vargas. He's trying to make the tag. He's got his hand out. We've got B-Dave wailing away. So B-Dave is like throwing these big shots. Ice Poseidon is in two minds because he's having to think about defending, but he's equally got someone trying to tag in. So, he's trying to think, am I tagging? Am I defending? He's kind of caught in two minds and he's getting smashed at the same time. The referee just calls it. He's seen enough. Like, nah, you're not even defending yourself. But how can he defend himself when he's caught in two minds about, am I tagging? Am I staying? What am I doing? This is where I think the moment of tagging over needs to be cleaned up. Needs to be cleaned up. B-Dave and Pineda definitely tagged over, though, really well. Really smooth tags. Pineda was quite comfortable. Pineda, I sort of felt, was only tagging out because he just wanted to make sure B-Dave actually got in there and actually got, some chance to fight. Got some fight time. Right, well, there we go. We got our result. Put in the chat, what did you think? Do you think it worked? Do you think it sucked? Do you think it's a non-starter? What do you think? B-Dave and Pineda pick up the win. Vamos! Vamos! Crowd are definitely satisfied about it. Yeah, it is true. Pineda was better than both of his opponents. And he pretty much had it under control on his own. I think he tags in B-Dave just so that B-Dave can get in there. But this was the Pineda show. This was the Pineda show. Vamos! It was great. It was never-ending action, said Xander Zilla. They should exchange each round, said Ollie. TTIG said it sucked, but it was pretty fun to watch. If you foul, you get punched in the face hard. Like the one fouled gets to punch the other in the face. Fight continues, says William. Full Fat Milk said, I would like to see it again, but better boxers than those brothers. I've been watching since the toys videos. Skilo, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate it. NGL Luffy said, Vamos! Red French Toast said, Pineda against Brandon Buckingham, question mark. He got called out earlier, actually, as well. Buckingham, I think, was it Ginty that called him out? So he's a wanted man, isn't he? I don't know. I mean, honestly, this is going to be a really interesting post-fight interview because who is Pineda and B-Dave going to call out? Are they going to stay a team? Is this something they're going to try and do again? Or I don't know. It'd be interesting to know if they think that it worked. Yeah, Grisham said he liked it. There's some tweaks that need to happen. I agree. I agree. He said, I liked it. There's some tweaks that needed to happen. Okay, we've got the translator. Vamos! Tag team boxing is a success. You didn't even want to tag in, B, Dave. You just wanted to deal with it 2-on-1. Don't know what he's saying, but vamos! Prediction for the main event. Feel pretty good for Jay Swingler, man. Tapology has got him 97% of people think he gets the win. There we go. He's thanking all the fans. Vamos! Yeah, I feel good for Swingler. I feel good for King Kenny. I feel good for Deen the Great. These are our 3 final fights. I mean, in all fairness, the show's already been going 2 hours, you know. But what happened to the football channel? It had to go because, like, I enjoyed doing the streams, but the thing with the football channel is if you don't do it all the time, I mean, you know, how are you meant to build a community? How are you going to get anywhere? You know, there's football channels that daily content, you know what I mean? Just churning that stuff out. And fair play to them. You know, it's not a kind of space that you can just be a bit part player in. So, you know, we focus on the wrestling channel. Right, what next for Pineda? He doesn't know. Okay, he said he and B Dave will be ready for it. So looks like he's quite happy to stay in the tag team. Vamos. Boom. Maybe a hand signal so you can make in the ring to show a tag, like an arm in the air, and then the fighter can't attack, says Ollie. Definitely feels like there should be something. Yes, I completely agree. It's just when you're backing up, you're really caught in 2 minds because you're having to think, where am I? First of all, you're constantly having to, like, don't forget, you're constantly circling around. You're focused on your opponent. Like, ring awareness is an important skill, but it's maybe not a skill that a lot of these fighters are going to have at this stage. And so you're having to, like, get yourself into the right corner. You're having to then try and figure out, like, right, where are they? Like, and all of this. You're having to think of all of this and make the tag whilst defending, whilst, you know, having an opponent in front of you. Definitely feels like there's just got to be a cleaner way of signaling or getting into a designated space, or maybe you don't even do it. Perhaps it's the other person tags in. Do you know what I mean? And then maybe there's an official that, indicates the tag's been made. And as soon as the ref sees that, the ref separates them. So maybe it's on the other person to tag in. There's a few ways that you could do it. Other than that, and the fact that that woman jumped onto the edge of the ring. I mean, honestly, of all the fights for her to think that, that's a good idea to do, this is probably the worst one, as we're genuinely trying to work out if there's a future for this. Genuinely trying to work out if this is something that, we could do something with. For her to do that, I think was a shame. But are they going to post the fight so you can watch after? I would think so, but I don't know if it'll be immediately. Jay said, yeah, some changes need to be made, but it was fun and entertaining for a first tag team boxing match. The Bro-Wit said they need to make the next tag teams even match. That ruined it. That's fair. That's fair. Is King Kenny going to rig it again? Well, I don't know what's next. I mean, I'm under the impression that it's Deen the Great next, but it might be King Kenny next. We'll have a look. They did sort of flash up a King Kenny graphic, so I'm not sure. We're at commercial break at the moment. We are at commercial break. We've got 3 fights left to go. I think the UFC stream is meant to start. I think it's meant to start in an hour and a half. So we are going to be cutting it quite close. But hey, look, it is what it is. Is it still starting at 10:30? Yeah. 10:30 is still the start time. So hour and a half UFC starts. As I said, there might be a little bit of overlap, but we'll just get to that when we can. 3 fights left to go here. Been good. It's been good. Edward said, I'm trying to get on Misfits. I don't know how to get the attention. Can you help? Got to have a big following, buds. I mean, that's how you get their attention. The first question they will ask you is, how many Instagram followers have you got? How many YouTube followers have you got? How many, blah, blah, blah have you got? They're not interested in if you can box. Boxing ability is no interest to them. It's not really about that. It's more about how many followers have you got? How many eyes are you going to bring to this product? We all know there's loads of better boxers out there. I would argue that the vast majority of professional boxers, would be better than the level of some of the stuff we've seen. Can't tell me that the vast majority of professional boxers wouldn't have dealt with Ice Poseidon and Anthony Vargas quite comfortably, or female boxers wouldn't have dealt with AJ Bunker or Astrid Wet. Do you know what I mean? It's not really about boxing ability. It's about how many eyes can you bring to this product. So that's going to be your problem, bud. I did like the chaos, said J14. Okay, we are back from the commercial break then. We're just waiting to go to our next fight, which I don't think they've said what it is yet. Is there any other fights to look forward to on UFC other than the main event, said Watson? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We've got Shevchenko, Valentina Shevchenko. In fact, I mean, there's loads, because we've got Bo Nickel making his debut. We've got Gamrot's Jalen Turner, which should be a lot of fun. Jalen Turner on a 5-fight win streak. Gamrot taking the fight on 3 weeks' notice, but a very credible fighter and actually the favorite to win. Ratmanov is 16-0, and he is seen as the real deal. He's taken on Jeff Neal, and he's minus 500 favorite. Valentina Shevchenko, arguably the first, the greatest, or the second greatest female fighter ever, is in the co-main. And then, of course, the return of John Bones Jones. So there's plenty on this card. We've even got Amanda Hebus quite low down in the prelims. So yeah, it's gonna be good. I do have a big following. I've got about 4,000 on TikTok. I've got a community, and I've got 200 on Instagram, 26 on YouTube. It's not enough, is it? It's not enough, buds. I mean, they are dealing with people. I mean, Ginty, who fought earlier, has got 1.5 million TikTok followers. 1.5 million TikTok followers. That's what Ginty has got. If you go through like the social media following, like they might not have brilliant Instagram followers, but then if you have a look, they'll have like loads of YouTube followers, or they'll have loads of TikTok followers. Like we're talking like 20, like some of these, like I think pretty much all of them are in the millions on certain platforms. I mean, there are some that might have like a few 100,000, but we're talking millions and hundreds of thousands. 4,000 ain't a drop in the ocean, unfortunately. Not in this world that's, you know, so driven by social media, you know, like the numbers just crazy, aren't they? So it's definitely a difficult one to get into. Just got to keep asking the question, though. Do you know? Is KSI fighting? Not tonight. Who cares about 1 million TikTok followers? Said disappointed Dunsky. The people that put Misfits on. I mean that's why people have got on this card. It's certainly not for boxing ability, is it? I mean, there's people that have openly admitted that they've only had a few weeks training, so they certainly haven't been picked because of their boxing ability. What do you think will win from King Kenny and Rak-Su? I think it will be King Kenny. I feel pretty good about that. 97% of people. Oh, it is King Kenny next. We'll just leave the Deen the Great one up. Right, okay, so King Kenny up next then. He is 25. Ashram Rak-Su is 31. King Kenny has got a 5-inch reach advantage. And yeah, I think we've seen enough from King Kenny to know that he has got some real skill. I think that he is absolutely one of the best boxers in this space, and I expect him to have too much here. Feel free to put your thoughts in. We don't have a poll for this one, unfortunately. I was under the impression it was Deen the Great next. Here's Ash making his way down. So, no messing around. We've got Tail of the Tape. We've got the ring walk. We're about to get underway with our next fight. Duplessis, remember the name. He will be middleweight champion, says Caleb. Who do you want to win out of King Kenny and Rak-Su? Or who do you think will win? I think King Kenny wins. Ninja, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. Joanna is the best, says Tony. It's fair. Joanna's in the running. Okay, here's King Kenny. So, as we said, might be in the top 5 pound for pound. He's on a 2-fight win streak. He has got millions of subscribers on YouTube. Very athletic. Won his last fight by stoppage. He's got, I think Slim has moved down in weight, and so there's a vacancy for the light heavyweight championship. I know he's got his eyes set on that. He's got a big right hand. He had a good knockout win over DK Money in round 1. Good footwork, nice jab. He's looking for a round 3 knockout, but in the build to this, he's been saying that this will be over in 2 seconds. Now, it's clearly not going to be over in 2 seconds, right? I don't know why he even bothered saying that, because he was saying 3rd round stoppage at the start of the build. And then as we just got a bit closer, he started saying 2 seconds. I don't know. It's just mind games, I think. But mind games that I don't quite understand. Ashley Rak-Su is, I mean, he's athletic, man. He is shredded. It's one thing to have a great physique and look really like good, but boxing ability obviously doesn't really factor into that. He lost to Anthony Taylor at Misfits 2. So we have, but there's no shame in that. Anthony Taylor's all right. He's got heart. He'll battle. He'll give a good account of himself. His record is 1-1. And as he said, you know, he's 5 years older. He'll give a good account of himself, but I think King Kenny's going to have too much here. Misfits want to see UFC, so they will hurry the matches, says Tony. King Kenny only started a few years ago. He is very strong. People, I think he will win. Joseph, shout out to you. Who's fighting right now? We're just getting intros right now, buds. So King Kenny against Ashley Rak-Su. King Kenny's record is 2 wins, 1 defeat, and 1 win coming by way of knockouts. Right, we should be getting underway with this one very, very soon. Both fighters stepping into the center. Right. But are you streaming the fight? We're here for it. Please send. Can you please send Uncle Howdy last night? Says Chris. Can I send Uncle Howdy to this show? I'm not in control of Uncle Howdy, unfortunately. Oh dear. Right, here we go. Right. Both boxers into the center. 4 seconds have gone, and Rak-Su, Ashram Rak-Su, is still standing. Okay, so we have got King Kenny feinting. He's trying to take some steps forward. A couple of jabs coming in there by Ashram Rak-Su. King Kenny coming forward again. You can see, I mean, like the ability, the skill level here has definitely gone up. We have got King Kenny just feinting. He's kind of he's moving his backhand around. He's just giving Ashley from Rak-Su something to think about, but then like throws out the left hand jab. Staying on the outside at the moment, puts the hand out again. He's just giving Ash something to think about. Again, on the outside, we've got King Kenny again coming in with a couple of jabs. Okay, we've got lovely work at the moment here by both guys. King Kenny looking the better fighter, looking the more composed fighter. Ash is really struggling to find a way past this jab. He's really struggling to get past this left-hand jab. Again, a couple of shots coming in. We've got Ash getting backed into the corner. Big body shots coming in there by Ash. Body shot coming in there by King Kenny as well. Kenny trying to find a way forwards. Ash having a little look, but no joy at the moment. Jab coming in. King Kenny is being quite patient. Both of these guys being quite patient. It's making it quite even at the moment. There's really not much between them. But it does feel like King Kenny is the better boxer. It does feel like King Kenny is the one that's dictating the fight, dictating the pace, dictating where it takes place as well. Nice 1-2 there by King Kenny. And a couple of shots come back by Ash. King Kenny, you can see, is bouncing around on the outside. He's getting a little bit too cocky, to be honest. Ash just catching King Kenny. He's got him back in the corner. Ash just trying to unload. King Kenny keeping the hands up. Throws out a left-hand jab. We've got 30-odd seconds on the clock. We've got King Kenny in the center. Trying to throw some shots in to Ashram Rak-Su, who's on the outsides. Again, Ash just edging forwards. Very close round. I'll be very interested to see which way you think this has gone. Be very interested to see who you're giving props to, who you're giving the credit to in this first round. I feel like King Kenny has been more composed. It'd be interesting if we had some stats, though, as to who actually landed more, because it does feel close. Let us know who you think actually took that round. I think King Kenny at one point got very cocky. Too cocky, to be honest. How am I meant to show the world what I can do? I want to be on TV, said Edwards. You got to do what everyone else has to do, bud, and that is build a following, start from the bottom. Win, yeah, have fights, win fights, get yourself a record going. Boom. I think the better way for you to get in is to actually use your actual boxing ability to start picking up some wins, having some proper fights, and start working your way up. Right, here we go. We're about to get underway with round number 2. Okay, so we are seeing King Kenny bouncing forward. We got Ash and Rak-Su on the outside. King Kenny jabbing away, looking to land a jab to the body. We've got Ash backing up a little bit here. Again, King Kenny showing that he can dictate the pace. He can dictate where the fight takes place. 1-2 straight down the middle there by King Kenny. Did think that he just abandoned his game plan a little bit. Got himself in a little bit of trouble as he got maybe a little carried away. Maybe a little bit cocky. Body shot coming in there. And he's getting backed up a little bit. Jab coming in. Another heavy shot there by Ash. Ash has got King Kenny in a bit of trouble here. Body shot coming in. Think he's got through with a couple of shots, and King Kenny has definitely felt a bit of power. Ash standing in the center. King Kenny having a little look, fainting away. Trying to find a way forwards. Jab coming into the body there by Ash. King Kenny goes down, giving Ash things to think about. Ash doesn't quite know where the next shot is coming from. He's just outside the range here, King Kenny. He's got his hands down. Ash is trying to throw some shots. Just trying to give King Kenny something to think about. But King Kenny continuing to put the pressure on Ash. Ash steps forwards. King Kenny taking a little look. There's not loads of action in there. We're just seeing Tempo being shot at the moment. Just seeing him in the crowd. Got camera-in-camera action. Body shot coming in there by King Kenny. Output is very low. Very low. Swing and a miss there by Ash. Nice shot coming in there by Ash, but again, it falls short. Yeah, it's very quiet. It's very quiet at the moment. The output is very low. These two are being quite calculated. I think there's a lot of respect between these two. King Kenny is trying to find a way through, but neither guy has really caused the other any trouble. So, it's just hard to find openings. Seems like both are quite well prepared for this. Couple of body shots coming in. Really hard to score this round. Really, there's not much in it. I mean, someone, if they have a flurry in these final 10 seconds, they could take the round as a result. And actually, Ash really trying to do that right now. Don't know what he landed with at the end of it, though. I think a lot of what he just threw fell short. So I don't know that you could necessarily give him anything there, but... Kenny is mad overrated, said Lewis. It's a boring fight, says Larpy. Krylo said, who's winning? I think it's really hard. Really, really hard. I would not be surprised if the judges have got this going in a few different ways. Feel free to put in the chat what you're seeing. User has got it Ash Rak-Su 2-0. J14 has got it 2-0. TTIG has got it 2-0. Seems like the majority in the chat have gone with Ash. 2-0 Ashley for me says MA plays games. All right, here we go. Okay, we've got both fighters in the center. Jab coming in there by King Kenny. Okay, trying to go in for a shot to the body there, and Ash just catches him. Ash keeping his hands up. I think it's been a really disappointing performance by King Kenny, you know. Been way too cautious. Way too cautious. We've got 4 rounds. We're halfway through the fight. King Kenny is in the second part of the fight right now. He's trying to get a bit of bounce going. He's trying to get a bit of momentum going. So it is a really dull fight, this one. And this was the fight that we thought really could have been fight of the night. I think from a technical ability point of view, like we're seeing a lot of nice jabs. There's some nice snap on those jabs. We're seeing some better footwork. I feel like this is one of the better fights in that regard. But from an entertainment point of view, it might be the worst fight we've seen so far tonight. Ash switching stances. Looking for a jab to the body. We got 1 minute 30 odd on the clock. Right now, it wouldn't be the biggest surprise if this ended up going the distance. We might be seeing a little bit of cardio issues coming from Ash. Again, in the center. Trying to throw out some jabs. We've got King Kenny moving forwards. Nice jab there by King Kenny. Couple of jabs landing. And we've got Ash trying to throw a few shots into the body. King Kenny backing up a little bit. Shot coming back. Yeah, good work by Ash. He lands to the body again. Nice jab coming in there by King Kenny, though. Kenny seems to be struggling. He switches stances there. Lunges to the body. Nice work there by Ash, though. Slips the jab. Throws a hook to the body. That was good by Ash. Really, I feel like King Kenny is really trying to land the cleaner strikes. He's really trying to get his jab working. He's really trying to box clever, but his output is just too low. King Kenny trying to find a way forward, but Ash comes forward. Guard is up at the moment. That hook shot lands on the guard. Jab coming in there by King Kenny. Spamming. Oh, that's lovely work by Ash. So, big overhand misses by King Kenny. Ash with a little counter jab. Yeah, he liked that. He liked the end of that round. Ash is definitely feeling this, you know. King Kenny, way too hesitant. Way too hesitant. If you are a King Kenny fan, I think you should be worried here. You should be worried. A lot of people had it 2-0 to King Kenny going into that round. Users got it 3-0 now. TTIG has got it 2-1 to Ash. J14 has got it 3-0 to Ash. Let's go, King Kenny, said Chris. MA Plays Games said, I'm disappointed by Kenny. Kenny still wins by paying the judges. Right, here we go. We've got round 4 about to get underway. Bang. Right, round 4. King Kenny definitely needs this round. King Kenny coming forward. He's got Ash backed up. Shot coming in there by Ash trying to land it. King Kenny, again, trying to keep it tidy, trying to show that he is the better boxer. Slim says he thinks King Kenny is going to need a knockout in this round. Jab coming in there by Ash. I don't know that he needs the knockout to get the... He might do. He definitely needs the rounds. Jab coming in by King Kenny. He's got Ash backed up a little bit. Seems like King Kenny's got a little bit more in the tank here. We got just over 2 minutes. I think we've got a mouthpiece that's come out. shoes untied. Shoes untied. So don't tend to see much of this, do you? But he needs his lace done. Ash has got a big smile on his face, though. Here we go. Right, we're back underway. King Kenny back into the center. Jab coming in there by King Kenny. Manages to land it. Ash trying to find a way forward. Output just not there by Ash at the moment. King Kenny again having a look. Couple of jabs to the body, but they land on the guard by Ash. 1-2. Straight down the middle by King Kenny. Guard coming up there by Ash. Kenny can't find a way forward. Maybe the body was open. Again, there's a lot of respect. Oh, here's some shots coming back by Ash. He's unloading. Couple of body shots coming back there by Ash. King Kenny right back into the middle. You feel like King Kenny wants to do this the right way. It really feels like he wants to make sure that he is sticking to the game plan, sticking to the basics, using the jab. It's just that his output is far too low. Far too low. And it means that Ash can then explode forward, get a few shots off. And honestly, that might mean that it gives him the edge. Swing and a miss there by Ash. I feel like this round is a King Kenny round at the moment for me. Swing and a miss again. These big punches. He's swinging these big shots, but they're falling short. But now he's got King Kenny against the ropes. That was good by Ash. Ash definitely getting through there with a couple of shots. He's got King Kenny on the back foot now. King Kenny was using the jab, being quite cute. But then Ash with these big shots has got King Kenny in full retreat mode. And some of those definitely will have landed. And this is where the low volume of King Kenny is going to be his downfall. Kenny, again, trying to get some shots off, but Ash is just out of range. Ash is bouncing around. Ash thinks that he's got it done. King Kenny thinks that he's got it done. Both fighters celebrating. What do you think? What do you think? Who do you think's got the victory in that one? I feel that is close. I think that the jab has been really useful for King Kenny, but the output was too low. Difficult. I could see they might go draw. They might go draw. I mean, this could end up being 2-2. I'm good, thanks, Joseph. Hope you're well. Kenny, 2 inactive. You can see what he was trying to do. You can see what he was posturing, but he was just too inactive. I completely agree. Ash wins, but let's see if Kenny gets that decision win, says Bayman Bros. Rak-Su 4-0, maybe 3-1. There's going to be a robbery coming, said Big Draco. This could be a draw, says Hazza. Yeah, I feel like the fans of... I feel like the fans are definitely thinking Ash has got it. Kenny just throws jabs. There's nothing behind that jab, says Kolja. Miss Vicky May, hello. Shout out to you. Omar says, get on a Misfits cards. I'd mess them up. And make them humble. But I'd rather sit here and just talk about... I'd rather just talk about it. I'd rather just talk about it, and then we all just agree that what I'm saying is true, yeah? I'd certainly throw more than flipping King Kenny did in that fight. I can tell you that much. Can you confirm that I do boxing and that I am 18 as I get called a liar? Well, I can confirm that I've seen you train in boxing. Can't confirm you're 18. I think you're 18. But I wasn't there, was I, when you popped out? Or was I? Right, here we go. Okay, we've got split at the moment. Rak-Su has got it. Rak-Su has got it. Wow. I really thought that was going to be pretty straightforward for King Kenny. 2 of the 3 judges have given it to Rak-Su. Rak-Su beats King Kenny by split decision. And you know what? King Kenny, the basics are there. He looks good. It just looks like he is too respectful of his opponent, does not throw enough. I thought it was an excellent point that was made about, like, you know, there was nothing coming behind the jab. He jabs away, but it's not like that jab is being used to set something up. We're not seeing anything in the way of combos. You know, this is a guy that I think people were really high on. I was really high on. I think this is a bit of a sobering result, to be honest. It's going to be really interesting to see what King Kenny says after this, because I think this is a bad loss for him. I know it's split. I know it's close, but people did not fancy Ashley from Rak-Su getting this win. Split decision victory for Rak-Su. Tell you what, this cards, you gotta say it's delivered. Gotta say it's delivered. We had the drama not knowing of what was happening with Godson and him not coming out immediately. So we had the drama of that. Tempo Arts then winning in the first round. We had Ginty obviously getting the victory over Halal. We got a new women's champion with Astrid Wet. We saw the first ever tag match. Now we've had King Kenny get beaten by Rak-Su. I mean, don't forget, King Kenny was saying he was going to beat Rak-Su in 2 seconds. Rak-Su said he's been training for 2 months, trying to get as good as possible. Salt versus Ashley. Listen, I don't think Ashley looks that great, to be honest. The better fundamentals are with King Kenny. But, I mean, if he can keep this up and keep this work up, keep developing, keep evolving, you know. You know what? Why don't watch Wrestling Escape Pods Awards? Yeah. That'll be after WrestleMania. Kenny needs to keep Woodley and Salt Poppy names out of his mouth. MF would get slapped, says Bizwaz. I don't know where we go now. I mean, honestly, King Kenny came in on a 2-fight win streak. This is quite the development. He said he's grateful for the opportunity. Who next? This is your stage. Rak-Su, who next? All right. He said, I did promise Kenny that if I beat him, I would give him a rematch. Salt Pappy. Ashley Rak-Su said, I'm gas right now. Everyone can get it. I mean, I don't know that calling out Salt Pappy is maybe the best move. Ashley said, if Kenny was in your top 5, well, I now need to replace that. So, yeah, he sent a message tonight. He sent a statement tonight. Fair play. Right, Deen the Great versus Pully should be coming up next. We've had nearly 1,000 votes on this one. Let's try and get to 1,000. Hopefully we can get to 1,000 on that. That would be pretty sick for just a poll that's been up. If you haven't left a like, leave a like as well. It's greatly appreciated. We are here for the Misfits cards, and we will be back for the next one, which is going to be Misfits 6. That card has not been announced yet. I haven't seen anything for it. They haven't made any announcements tonight either. So we are still waiting to find out what's going on with that. We know that in May we're going to be getting KSI, though. And he put a little message out last night saying that he will get done what Jake Paul couldn't. A lot of people have read into that it means Tommy Fury. I don't think it means Tommy Fury. I think it means Woodley. And I think he's going to try and stop Woodley in this first fight, in this first meeting, which is something Jake Paul couldn't do. Jake Paul went to a decision against Woodley. And then obviously stopped him in the second fight. So I think he's going to try and get a stoppage win over Woodley first time of asking. That is something that Jake Paul couldn't do. So I'm thinking Woodley might be the announcement, but I haven't seen any other news on that, to be honest. I haven't seen any other news on that. Are you streaming UFC next? Yeah, I am, but yeah, we'll be here for UFC next. We will end this stream and we'll just start a fresh stream. We've got 2 fights left to go. UFC starts in about 50 odd minutes. There probably will be a little bit of overlap, but doesn't matter. It is what it is. Deen needs to be humbled. I'm hoping that Pully will get this done, says Lols Blair. Rak-Su against Zanetti. Oh, don't mind that. Zanetti lost, didn't he? Was that against, I'm trying to think, was it Slim that he lost against last time out? So, I don't know. Should it be, I don't know what divisions they're all in. I mean, like, I don't think it really matters, does it? People are moving around divisions, yo-yoing, pinballing around. Don't think it really matters. I mean, do you do Slim against Rak-Su? Where does this leave King Kenny? I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know what we do with it. Kind of interesting. It's a shame there's not, like, rankings. I think if we had, like, rankings that we could look at and see where people are, like, then we could go, okay, well, that person, if they beat that person, now all of a sudden, you know, that would get them in for a title shot, blah, 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 blah. We haven't quite got there yet, have we, where we've kind of got the rosters big enough, but that could be interesting if we had some sort of, like, little rankings that came out. So at least we had a rough guide. Could it be KSI against Anderson Silva? Yeah, it could be. Could be. I mean, that is an incredible step up, though, isn't it? That's an incredible step up to go from beating FaZe Temper to now facing Anderson Silva. I mean, you could make the argument that stepping up to Woodley is a big step up. I feel like Anderson Silva's definitely a bigger challenge than Woodley. But then saying that, if he wants to fight Jake Paul in December, you know, he's gonna have to compete against this caliber. It's gonna be a big step up, though. It's gonna be a big step up. That'll be a monster fight. That'll be a massive fight. If they have got Anderson Silva, that'll be absolutely huge. If they've got Woodley, it'll be absolutely huge. Don't forget, It looks like it might be Fournier. Ruffo Kid said, came for the stream. Ruffo Kid, shout out to you, buds. Keep putting in your thoughts, guys. What do you think? Deen the Great taking on Pully Arif. We've had over 1,000 votes now. We've had over 1,000 votes. Let's have a little look, see where we are. We have got 82% of you think that Deen the Great is going to get this done. 82% think Deen the Great. 18% think Pully. Just backstage with Elle Brooks. She's talking to Deen the Great, saying this is a title defense. Does that add any pressure? And he's very confident, yeah. Walid is going to commentate this fight, apparently. So, obviously, we saw... Did you see, man? Oh, when Walid, like, threw himself towards Deen the Great, did you see that massive security guard just stand there and Walid went, bonk? Just literally, just like a bouncy ball, just bounced off this massive security guard. 1 second is flying in the air. The other second is down on the ground with no shoes on. Absolutely smashed into this security guard, bounced off. I don't even know if the security guard noticed that someone had bounced into him, to be honest. You've got to watch it. It's funny, man. It is funny. But yeah, I think Walid, Deen the Great, they're on a collision course. They obviously faced before. It got heated at the press conference. He said that he will give Walid the rematch if he gives him his fight purse. If he gives over all of his money to him, he will agree to do the rematch. I think that these two they're on a collision course. They're on a collision course. There'll be too much pressure. Oh, funny though. Kenny L. King Kenny is a cheating bum, said Bonzo. Thank God he lost. It's made my day. Deen the Great is going to get his done. Pully going to get knocked out first round, said the Ruffo kids. Lewis Epic Footy Content said Kenny should get the Temper rematch next. Edward said KSI would sleep Silver. He would sleep Woodley. He would sleep Tommy. He would sleep Nate Robinson. I agree about sleeping Nate Robinson. He would sleep all of Jake's opponents. I just don't know. I mean, look, we've seen him against Pineda, right? He beat Pineda. Vamos! We saw him against Swarms. Swarms, I mean, it had like I think it had 20 days boxing experience. I mean, it's just not really anything to shout about. So, you know, the win over Pineda, okay, fair enough. Then he goes in against FaZe and gets a victory there. Obviously, great knockout win. There were definitely gaps in the game, though, that we were pointing out. We did a video on it. He does definitely leave openings for people to exploit. A professional boxer or someone with experience, I think, would be able to exploit those openings. I just don't know. I don't know how he does against Anderson Silva. He beats Nate Robinson. I've got no doubt about that. He beats Ben Askren. I've got no doubt about that. I think the Woodley fight is very interesting. And the Anderson Silva fight, don't know. I really don't know. I really don't know how that would go. So hard to gauge as to where KSI is at the moment. But we don't need to worry about that because next we got Deen the Great taking on Pully Arif. And Pully is going to have a couple of inches reach advantage. Deen the Great is champion. He's had a couple of wins in Misfits. He's got decent power. He's got, obviously, the experience advantage. He says that Pully was a fan that came up to him at the last Misfits. And Pully wanted to get a picture with Deen the Great. And now they're facing each other. Deen the Great was like, you're just a fan, basically, that hit the big time. But equally, he says that he does think, having, like, studied Pully, he does think this will be a bit of a challenge. So he gave him a few props. Pully has got a decent reach. He's got a couple of wins under his belt. He's making his Misfits debut. He's got decent output. His defense is not very good. A few cardio questions. He says that he's being underestimated. So I think he'll provide some sort of challenge, but I do expect this to be a challenge Deen the Great can overcome. This is our co-main event for the evening. We've had over 1,100 votes as well, which is amazing. That is amazing for this card. This card hasn't had the biggest of boot builds and profiles. It's kind of gone a little bit under the radar, but I wanted to make sure we did it. As we said, it's only 20 minutes down the road. It's really cool that it's in Telford, which is so close to where we are. And I've had a lot of fun with it, and I hope you've enjoyed it as well. Pully is making his way down to the ring. As we said, we will be here for the future Misfits cards. We've done the big ones previously. I must admit, we didn't do a couple of the smaller ones, but I like it. I'm into it. They've got my attention, and I think they put on a really entertaining product, a really entertaining show. And they're building some names as well. I expect Jay Swingler to come out of this looking like a big deal. I think Jay Swingler getting a big win in the main event with the crowd going crazy, it's going to set him up for big things in the future. So, and obviously Astrid has got a couple of wins in Misfits now. She's the champion. Pineda has absolutely established himself as a star. King Kenny, though, didn't go to plan for him, did it? But what can Deen the Great do here? The champ is here. So Deen the Great stepping out. John Bone Jones out of the main event. John Bon Jovi is going to step in, said Espasit. Is this not his theme? No, he seemed a bit reluctant to come down, didn't he, Pully? Okay, so Deen the Great making his way down. Deen the Great is the best boxer on this card, said user. Did Astrid win, said Mark. She did, yeah, she did. Xander Zilla said, is this the worst card yet? I mean, to be honest, I've had fun with it. I think Tempo Arts is very likable. I think Astrid, she tried to do the right things. And it was a fun fight, man. They proper brought the fire. Tag team match, I thought, actually was okay. It's okay. A few things to work out, but I can see a future for it. In Kenny, we just got a big upset as well. Now we've got Deen the Great, and then we're going to have Jay Swingler. All right. It's pretty fun for a Saturday night, in all fairness. Jones or Garn? I'm going to go with Jones. Don't feel 100% about it. I can tell you, actually, people on Tapology are 60-40 in favor of John Jones. So I've gone with Jones, but who knows? We've never seen him at heavyweight. What's he? Is he going to move as well? Is he going to, what's he going to be like carrying this extra weight? Right, both fighters getting their intros right now. This event is the first main event that hasn't changed. The first one was KSI against Wasabi, and that changed to Swarms and Pineda. Second one was meant to be Rahman versus Vitor Belfort. That changed to Swingler and Churdleys. Third one was meant to be Rahman Belfort. That changed to Deen and Walid. KSI Danis, and that changed to KSI Temper. That's a really good point, Alan. It's a really good point. I mean, that would have been a decent fight as well if they'd have got Rahman and Vitor Belfort, Right, here we go. We're getting ready to get underway with this then. This is going to be our co-main. Right, boom. We are underway. Deen the Great comes out into the center. Pully on the outsides. Shot coming in there by Deen the Great. And again, trying to throw in a right hand. Pully on the outside, trying to get a shot coming into the midsection. Again, trying to find a way forward. Spamming these right hands, but Pully ducks underneath. So Deen the Great really trying to get that right hand working. Both guys in the center right now. Edging forward. Jab coming in there by Deen the Great. Just falling short. Pully. Oh, that was a lovely hook shot. Throws a right, overhand right. Follows it with a left hook. That lands. Now he's got a few shots on the inside. Pully clinching up. Pully clinching up. Deen the Great backing up a little bit. Pully, nice head movement. Trying to throw in a jab. There's a little shot to the body. Uppercut coming in there by Deen the Great. Just misses with it, but it had a nice snap on it. And we're seeing Deen the Great now starting to settle into the rhythm of this fight. And starting to let the hands go. Starting to get a few combos in. So we've got Pully in the center. Again, we've got some clinching. Referee is going to come in and separate these two as a word. Pulls them apart. Referee really is quite animated. And also looks like his trousers are falling down. If you look at like the ref's shirt, it's kind of coming out. He keeps having to like tuck it back in. His shirt is literally coming out. He wants to have a word with both fighters. Telling them both to box. They're clinching up. Body shot coming in. So I don't think the ref appreciates like some of the clinching. The ref definitely wants you to make sure that you notice that he's in there. Again, having a little word with Pully there. Nice head movement. Pineda at ringside. Nice little hook shots coming in. Good work here. It's been really scrappy, to be honest. Referee coming in and having a word with him over it. Nice little uppercut. That got through. Pully with a few counter shots. Again, we're seeing Deen trying to find a way forward. I feel like Deen might just be edging this. Oh, lovely work. Lovely combos. Right, left hooks. Follows it with an uppercut as well. Into the clinch. Referee coming in. Oh, that's a lovely right hand by Pully. Lovely right hand. Into the clinch. Feel like this ref needs like a stronger belt. Oh, tell you what, both of these are landing some heavy shots, and that's the end of the round. Not bad, you know. Not bad. There was some nice heavy shots in there. Both guys getting some success. Would Wasabi ever fight under Misfits? I don't know now. I don't know if they'd have him, to be honest. I mean, I think if there was a groundswell, if there was a feud, if there was a reason, if there was money to be made, then I'm sure that we could find a way forwards. I mean, honestly, I don't think there's much that really is going to surprise me in this world anymore, you know? As I said, I think if it comes down to money can be made, then never say never. Here we go, round number 2. I feel like Deen the Great might have just edged that round, but to be honest, for large parts of it, it was quite scrappy. Deen the Great, again, is the one that's on the front foot. He's got Pully over against the ropes. And swing and a miss there by Deen the Great. Jab coming in there by Deen the Great, trying to find a way forwards. Nice shot coming in there. Uppercut by Deen. Ooh, tries to throw a big right hand. Kind of got his hand caught. Kind of got his hand caught in the guards. Pully kind of taking that and throwing some shots back. It's a lovely little back and forth between these two. Deen again trying to find a way forward. Pully trying to charge in. Hook shot just missing. Nice combos there, but not landing with any of them, Deen. Referee again coming in, separating these two. I've been here since the start. Can you give me a shout out, says Omar. Absolutely, Omar. Shout out to you. Justin, shout out to you. Johnny said, how many more fights are left? There's one fight left after this. This is our co-main event tonight. This is our co-main event. Yeah, I mean, there's really not much in it. Referee coming in and looking to separate them apart. Again, quite scrappy here between these two. Couple of jabs coming in. Body shot coming in there by Deen the Great. Referee separating them apart. Deen having a little look. Jab straight down the middle. Straight through the guards. We got Pully backing up against the ropes and clinching up. Referee coming in. Separating them once more. Oh, 1-2 straight down the middle. That's lovely work there by Pully. Big uppercut. Deen's gone for that uppercut a few times. Yeah, this is pretty good stuff. 1-2 straight down the middle. Clinching up again. Referee's going to come in and separate them apart. And he does. Has a little word between them. Sort of feel like both guys are getting shots through. Pully is definitely getting success as well. Close. Close. Very close. Lots of swinging and missing by both guys. I do feel like Deen the Great's just working the combos a little bit better, though. And into the clinch. Referee going to look to separate them. Yeah, it does need, like, someone needs to have a big final part to this round. Referee coming in, separates them again. Not much in that. Really not much in that. Let us know in the chat. How are you seeing it? Let the people know, what are you seeing? Oh, baby, said J-Dub. Did Deen win his fighting right now, dude? He's fighting right now. When is the main event? It'll be after this fight, and this fight feels like it's probably going to go the distance. TTIG thinks it's 1-1. Omar, shout out to you. Biswaz said 4 rounds. Yes. Justin said thanks for the shout out. No problem. Isn't NICHLMAO a YouTube Shorts guy, says the Rufo Kids. I honestly don't know. I've got him as, like, probably. I mean, he's got a lot of YouTube followers. I actually don't know what content he puts out. What is it? A draw at the moment, says Tom Tom. I think it's really close. I really think it's really close. I think you could make an argument for the draw. Walid just said he's got it as a draw at the moment. He said he's got Pully in the first round and Deen in the second round. I really think it's very, very close. I think it's very, very close. It seems like the commentators have got it as a draw at the moment. Seems like the commentators have got it as 1-1. It's not really anything here at the moment as body shot comes in there by Deen. It's very scrappy. Very, very scrappy. Nice shot coming in there by Deen. Deen again letting the hands go. Couple of shots getting through there by Deen. That was good. Referee coming in, separating them apart. We've got Deen edging forward, swinging a miss there by Deen. He's got Pully up against the ropes. Referee's going to come in and look to separate them again. Jab coming in there by Pully. Deen coming forward, trying to get a jab off. Swing and a miss there by Deen. Body shot coming in by Deen. Big shots coming in by Deen. That was good. I would say that gives Deen the edge for me. Some big blows coming in there, but the referee just having a word. And here we go, Deen coming forward, Pully, jabbing away. Deen trying to get a big right hand in, but good head movement there by Pully. Manages to avoid that shot. Got 1 minute 20 on the clock. Jab coming in there by Deen. Pully again. Oh, down goes Pully. Down goes Pully. Look like a big right hand. Look like a big right hand. I don't know if he's got... He gets back up. He's up. He's just beaten the count. Just beaten the count. Deen can sense blood in the water. I don't think Pully quite knows where he is. Some big shots. They clinch up. Referees separating them. No more pushing. Yeah, this is big for Pully. Deen coming forwards. Jab coming in. That was great by Deen. Oh, now Deen really getting through. Hook shot there by Deen. The referee again wants to have a word with both of these. This ref is awful. This is an awful ref. It's true. How many times are you going to warn them? If you shouldn't have to like warn them that many times. At what point are you actually going to like do something significant? Yeah, that ref is rubbish. Right, big round for Deen the Great there. Big round. Gets the knockdown. Did Pineda win? He did, but yeah. Vamos! Vamos! I didn't expect Pully to go that long, said Stu. Shay 309S said, who's winning? I think it's Deen the Great 2-1. Pineda did win. Deen's winning, said Bizwas. The ref hates his job so much, says TTIG. Pully might tag Walid now. Did Ice Poseidon lose? He did, unfortunately. We're just seeing NICHLMAO backstage. Jay Swingler, they got their gloves on. They are ready to go. It's 10 o'clock here in the UK. We're about to go into the final rounds of our co-main event. We got one more fight to go after this. The bell has gone and the referee is having words with them before the round has even started. Yeah, the referee has got to be at the point where he's going to take a point. The referee has been so vocal. Separating them apart. Here we go, back underway. Pully needs this round. Pully could really do with a knockdown of his own here. Walid said he thinks that Deen has only got power in the one hand. He's managed to get Pully back in the corner. Right, we'll put the poll up for our main event so you can get voting on that. Oh no, error occurred. Let's try and redo that then. Referee again. Yeah, this ref is really annoying. Tug Grisham shouting out, this is not about you, ref, because the ref again just having some words. Big shots coming in by Pully. Pully with an uppercut coming in. Referee comes in. He's going to look to separate them. Grisham is really, really getting frustrated by what he's seeing here. The referee is absolutely horrific. 1 minute 12, constantly getting involved, constantly warning both fighters. Nice shots coming in by Pully. Pully with an uppercut there. Good work there by Pully. Pully doing a bit of showboating. He's fully recovered, you know. He's fully back now. Every time. Referee stepping in, having word with both fighters. We've got 30-odd seconds to go. The ref needs to worry more about getting the new belt. He really does. Pully needs to do something big in the final stages of this. Shot to the body. I mean, in all fairness, he might pick up this round, and there is an argument he might have took the first, but the knockdown might just be enough to give this fight to Deen the Great. Grisham wanted to jump into the ring and get at this ref. This ref was horrific. 2-2, said Tom. Put in your thoughts. I mean, the big takeaway was that ref is one of the worst refs I have ever seen. Of all the fights we've ever watched, that was one of the worst things we have ever seen. Deen the Great did a really good job. I don't know that he did a great job, though. Do you think Deji versus Jay would be a good fight? Well, we'll find out how good Jay is soon. I mean, Churdley's was just not an opponent, was it? That just wasn't a thing. It won't let me put a poll up, which is really annoying. I don't know why. I'd like to put one up for the main event, and I've been trying to do it whilst this referee has been annoying everyone that's been watching. It just won't let me put it in. Wonder if let me try and get a new chat. Pully got knocked down. What can the ref do? They hug him. Deena's lost. Okay, yeah. I mean, they are making us wait a bit at the moment. We are waiting, trying to find a way forward here. Phantom said, "Can you shout me out?" Yeah, shout out to you, bud. When is John Jones fight in a bit, buds? In a bit. We're just got to get through this first. Okay, so we are still waiting here. I know it's a bit frustrating. Okay, here we go. We're about to get to the decision. Okay, here we go. All four. It's unanimous. Wow. All the judges, I think that was a scorecard of 40-35. They didn't give anything to Pully. That did not strike me as a 40-35, to be honest. They didn't give anything to Pully there. They didn't give anything to Pully. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, like, I think it's right that Deen the Great wins. I don't have an issue with Deen the Great winning. But man, for it to be a case that's that he didn't get any rounds, I feel like that's a bit harsh. Rigged, said Cristiano. Who do you hate more, this ref or Bad Bunny? Hate them all the same. This ref sucked. This ref really, really sucked. Right. Yeah, there must be a problem at the moment. It won't let me actually put on any it won't let me put any polls, so there must be like an issue with YouTube. Okay, we've got Pully. I think he's walked off. I was hoping to hear from him and see what his thoughts were, because I actually thought he gave a good account of himself. Feel really sorry for him. I think that fight, I must admit, I mean, I thought that was going to be easier work for Deen the Great. I think Pully did a really good job. I think the scorecards are so one-sided. I mean, it's amazing that they were that one-sided. But I can't say that Deen the Great didn't deserve to pick up a victory there. So fair play. Right, we've got our main event coming up then. Main event coming up. People saying robbery. Keelan saying robbery. I don't know that it's a robbery. I think that it was very close. Could it have been a draw? Yeah, maybe. That knockdown is a big moment, though, wasn't it? That's a big, big moment. Did Pully do enough to kind of overcome that knockdown? Andrew said, I can't wait. JJ will not gone out. Adon, shout out to you, my friends. Sabrina, shout out to you. Appreciate it. Put your predictions in the chat. Yeah, we'll have to do that instead. That's annoying, isn't it? We've got all the way to the main event and then the poll doesn't work. I was a bit distracted by that towards the end of that fight. I just wanted to quickly put that poll up and just would not do it. Would not work. So there must be a slight problem with it. Right, Deen the Great says he got in there. He did his thing. The ref. So just asking him what he thought of the referee. And it doesn't seem like anyone's got any good words for him. This ref, man. These live streams help me a lot. I will see you later for UFC, said Pedro. Pedro, shout out to you, my friends. How is it a robbery? Deen got a 10-8 round. To get a win, Deen must not have won any single round beside the round where he got that 10-8 stop glazing, said TTIG. Good, he's a good talker, isn't he? Deen the Great. Okay, so if it's not going to be Walid next, who do you want? Adam Salah is ducking, he says. Okay. The ref is, oh, Heb's son. This is a Telford screw job, says Wrestle with Andy. Don, shout out to you. Sabrina, shout out to you. The ref tried to officiate the fight properly. Cahoots to him and his family, says Tango. What's your favorite NFL team? I don't really have one, to be honest. I'd probably go Miami Dolphins because I think they were in Ace Ventura, and that's a great film. So Right, here we go. Main event time. I must admit, I feel like this card is not the biggest cards in the world, is it? But I mean, we've been going for just over 3 hours, and now we're at the main event. I sort of feel like, I don't know. I think like we could have dropped a fight. I mean, if you think we could have had another fight, we could have had Walid in there as well. Like, how would we have? What time would we have finished if we'd have had the Walid fight as well? You know. Don't know. It's a pretty full night of action, isn't it? Just over 3 hours. We've actually been live for nearly 5 hours, and we've got a UFC stream to do. We should be starting that in 15 minutes. So, yeah, it's pretty full on. Main event time, though. Jay Swingler against NICHLMAO. I think one of the things that I've learnt is that, you know, even though these influencer fights involve some people that maybe don't have much experience and haven't had much training, we're still seeing people being, like, you know, tested. I mean, that was not easy work for Deen the Great. We can't say that Deen the Great just absolutely destroyed Pully then. He was definitely getting tagged with some stuff. He was definitely in some discomfort at times. I do think it's surprising that they didn't give Pully at least a round. So that was interesting. And then, of course, we saw an actual upset with King Kenny losing to Ashram Rak-Su. I don't think that's going to happen in the main event. I mean, we're in Telford. We're only in Telford because of Jay Swingler. He is going to have the crowd on his side. He's going to have a lot of friends, a lot of family. He's taken on NICHLMAO. He is only been boxing for 6 months. So he's not been boxing for long, but at least he's got a bit of experience there. You know, there's a few people that come in, like Swarms, for example, had only been boxing for about a month when he took on KSI. So at least, you know, NICHLMAO has got a lot more experience there. But actual fighting experience itself is going to be very limited. He did show some footage of him sparring, which wasn't brilliant, but as he pointed out, he'd only actually been doing it for about a month by that point. So some of the footage that's out there is, you know, not very good, but he claims to have drastically improved since that footage. Jay actually said, well, do you know what? Credit to you. If that footage of you sparring was you after a month, then you are better than I was after a month. But you are nowhere near where I am now. So Jay is very, very confident, very confident. He's got the experience advantage. He's one of the best boxers in Misfits. He got a round 1 finish against Churdleys, but I don't really know what you can take from that because it was a very, very, very one-sided fight. He's been sparring for about 8 months, but he's been training in boxing for 2 years, Jay Swingler. So 2 years of boxing. And, JMX against Levon Bell. JMX against Levon Bell. That is going to be X Series 6. Okay. Okay, so where are we for that? That's Friday, 21st of April. Where are we for that? I don't know if we've actually said, have we? Let's have a look. Misfits 006. Pineda celebrating his win. I don't know. I don't know if it said. Apparently, Bell confirmed this a few weeks ago. I've got some videos of him confirming it. I must admit, I haven't looked for any 6 stuff. Okay. Are we seriously not at the main event? This is the main event, buds. Yeah, this is the main event. Right. Okay. Let's go down. KSI should tag team with Logan Paul, says Jose Real Gamer. Biswaz says, don't you think that the Jake versus Fury rematch would further delay KSI Jake Paul, probably early or mid 2024? It may do. I think, though, that we equally could just go straight from that rematch to the KSI fight. I don't know. I mean, like the Nate Diaz fight is the one now that's going to be the problem, because I think what Jake wanted to do is he wanted to face Nate and then in boxing, but then also do like a cage fight. So could the KSI fight now be delayed? It could, absolutely. Which would be to KSI's benefit, 'cause it's going to give him even more time to get ready. But yeah, equally, we might just go straight from the Tommy rematch, go into the KSI fight at the end of the year, and then do the Nate Diaz stuff next year. We've got an interview with Jay Swingler. He said, I left my house about 10 minutes ago to get here. Second round knockout is what he's predicting. Churdley's KSI against Jake Paul. Be big. Who have you got, John Jones or Garn, says Liam. I've got John Jones. Yeah, don't feel brilliant about it, but I've got John Jones. I got one question. Joe Flood or KSI? I think it's hard to know what level KSI is at, isn't it? Honestly, it's we haven't seen him like really go up against any big challenges. I mean, him against Pineda. Pineda has lost, like, is it like 8 fights? 1, 2, lost 8. That is like a pretty low level boxer. That's the, you know, I know we all love him, but I think we love him because he's a bit of a plucky underdog. So I think KSI getting a win against it shows that KSI is better than a low level journeyman boxer, but it doesn't really show anything more than that. And then to beat FaZe, you know, I mean, that's a decent result, but that's a decent result in the influencer boxing scene. I mean, right now, I just don't feel like I've seen anything from KSI that I can really hang a hat on. His next fight is going to be so important. His next fight is going to hopefully really give us an indicator as to where he is, because even if it's Fournier is not a journeyman boxer. He's someone that has picked up wins and has got a bit of credibility about him. It's not the biggest test, though. It's one that I would expect KSI to get a win in, but it would be KSI's biggest test so far. If it's Woodley, well, that's even better, because Jake Paul obviously faced Woodley, so we can really compare. We can look at Jake's fights against Woodley, compare them to how KSI does, and that will give us a really good indicator. If it's going to be Anderson Silva, well, that'll be very impressive. To go from facing the people that KSI has fought and go now to Anderson Silva, that's a hell of a jump, man. That is a hell of a jump. That would be a big statement. I don't know that he's going to do that, though. I really don't know that he's going to do that. This next fight is big for KSI. So jury is still out as to where we are. Of course, KSI fans are going to be adamant that he is he's good to go. He's ready to beat Jake. You know, he's got the skills required. And I must admit, you know, he's gone out there and he's done what's needed to be done. But I'm not someone that's like blinded by favoritism. Do you know what I mean? I don't feel anything towards KSI. I don't feel anything towards Jake Paul. Don't feel anything towards Logan. I am Team Pineda. I am Team Vamos. Everyone else is inferior. And so I'm just judging it on what I'm seeing. And I think what I've seen so far from KSI has been good. Absolutely, it's been good. But we're going to get some big answers in his next fight. It's going to be big in May. Right. NICHLMAO coming out. Do you think KSI would have the balls to fight Tommy? I don't think he would, said Rahim. I think he would. I think you've got to build up to that sort of fight, though. I mean, Tommy is someone that has been boxing since he was very young. I mean, there's footage that I've seen of him sparring, but doing pad work and doing work with Ricky Hatton. Ricky Hatton, like one of the biggest names in British boxing history, was sparring with the likes of Tommy when he was 17 and like doing like work with Tommy when he was 17. Whether he has really grabbed and really capitalized on, you know, the blessings that he's been given in life, you know, the fact that he's had access to this sort of training throughout his whole life, whether he's maximized that, I don't know. I think you can definitely make the argument he hasn't, but I think you can make the argument that he's capitalizing on it now. I think he had a big, strenuous training camp, and I think he's been in that training camp for a while, getting ready for Jake. I think he can now kick on, honestly. I think he can, he can really push on with his training. And I think if KSI puts in some big performances, maybe gets the win over Jake as well, then, I mean, why not? Keep going, keep testing yourself. If you end up losing to someone like Tommy, no shame in that, is there? There's no shame in losing to Tommy Fury, part of the Fury family. I don't think people have given Jake too much stick. I mean, he was always going to get stick by losing, but Jay Swingler comes out. There's a great reaction. Great reaction for Jay Swingler. It's a nice response. It's a really good response. He is getting Pineda sort of reaction. It's like Pineda has come back out again. Vamos! Would you be convinced that KSI beats Jake Paul if he beat Woodley or Silva quicker than Jake Paul did? I wouldn't be convinced that he would beat Jake Paul. It doesn't really work that way in combat sports. I think it's not so much like it's not so much that he's got to do it quicker, or he's got to, like, you know, if Jake couldn't get a finish, but KSI did, so KSI is better. That's like it's a real amateur way of looking at it, to be honest, because each fight is its own story, isn't it? You know, you have to make like 1,000 decisions during a fight, and Woodley might make some bad decisions against KSI when in the Jake Paul one, he actually made some better decisions. So it's really hard. Like, it doesn't really translate that way. We see that in MMA as well. You know, just because some person beat this person doesn't mean they're then going to beat this person. So I would say that what it would do is it would show us how he performs. I'd be looking at the performance more than the result. But I'd be looking at the performance, and I'd be looking to see how does he box when he's pressured? How does he cope with that build and going in there again and standing opposite? I mean, imagine standing opposite you, getting ready to come and take your head off. Is Tyron Woodley or Anderson Silva, one of these absolute combat goats? You know, Anderson Silva in particular is very much in the conversation. The greatest MMA fighter of all time. And so, like, that would mesh with your heads. I feel like KSI has got the personality and the mental strength to deal with that. But then, like, all of a sudden, what are you going to do when Anderson's throwing you really unorthodox shapes and shots, things coming from different angles? These will be things that KSI will never have dealt with. That he would never have dealt with this coming from Logan or from Pineda or Swarms or FaZe. Like, there's things that Anderson will do to him or Woodley would do to him that we just have not seen KSI be put into that kind of situation before. And we're not going to get the answer until we see that. So can I just say, this is loud, man. This is loud for Swingler as he's getting his intro. I mean, he said this would be loud. Telford has shown up, man. Telford has shown up. Respect. It's loud. It's got a good atmosphere to it. This is our main event. Both fighters in the ring. Both fighters have had their intros. And we are about to get underway. Loud crowd, good atmosphere. Both fighters coming out into the center. Swingler versus Nick. Oh, Nick gets caught. Hands. Lovely work here already by Swingler. Swingler trying to get underneath into clinch. Swingler said that he will give Nick his car, his Range Rover, if Nick is able to beat him. Swingler in the center. He's already landed a big right hand. Jab coming in there by Nick. Swing and a miss there by Swingler. Nick on the outside. Gotta tell you, Nick doesn't look awful. Doesn't look awful at all. Oh, that's a lovely right hand, but Nick trying to swarm. It's a lovely straight there by Nick as Swingler moves forward. Nick on the outside. Jab coming in there by Swingler. I tell you what, Nick did manage to get through with a few shots there. I think Swingler might just be a bit surprised at just how good Nick is. Nick has clearly been training for this. He's clearly took this seriously. There's clearly some skill in there as he's throwing out a couple of jabs, but Jay is the one that's on the front foot. And Nick getting backed up. He's got a big smile on his face. Jab coming in there by Swingler. Again, shot to the body coming in by Nick. Swingler trying to find a way forward. Nick on the outside. Nick circling around. We got Swingler trying to find a way forwards. And nice head movement here. Big right hand coming in. Couple of shots coming back there by Nick. Uppercut just misses. Oh, big body shot there by Swingler. That was a lovely left hand, but now Nick is unloaded on Swingler. Swingler with the guard up, just eating shots. They were falling on the guard, but there was a couple to the body. Both guys in the center right now. We've got big overhand right coming in by Swingler. Couple of shots coming back by Nick, and he is leaving his chin exposed. Nice head movement there by Swingler, keeping the hands up. Oh, big hook shots coming in here by Nick. Nick is giving Swingler something to think about, but Swingler responds with a big right hand. Couple of shots coming in, big body shot. Lovely work, and I love the hands coming up there by Swingler. And he's swinging away, but just out of range. It's a great fight. It's a really great fight. Both guys are giving a really good account of themselves at the moment. We got Nick backing up against the ropes. We got Swingler with a big right hand, but it's just out of range. Nick doesn't seem to be too gassed out at the moment. Still seems to have a little bit in the tank. And we've got Swingler putting the pressure on this big right hand. Left coming forward, right over the top. Ends the round, and look at that, Nick puts his hands out to say, how do you think about that, eh? What do you think about that? I think he definitely surprised a few people there, Nick. Definitely surprised a few people. Oh, TTIG says 1-0 to Nick after that first round. J14 is very surprised as well. Brilliant. Brilliant first round. Swingler, I think, will be surprised by that. They're quite composed in the corner, though. There's no panic in there. Put in the chat who you think. Right, here we go. About to get underway with round number 2. Okay. Swingler trying to find a way forward. Slim on commentary said, I told you that home crowd pressure might play a part, but play a part in a negative way. Swingler coming out. We've got Nick backing up a little bit. Swingler getting the hands up. Trying to jab towards the body. Nick on the outside. Nick trying to jab away. I tell you what, if he's only been doing this for 6 months, Nick, like, he could really get somewhere. I mean, look at this. He's got Swingler in all sorts of trouble right now. Swingler getting the hands up. Big shots coming in there by Nick. Nick, good head movement. Slips underneath a shot. Referee coming in, separating them apart. Jay Swingler trying to find a way forward. Jab coming in there by Jay. Jab coming back there by Nick. Nick in retreat as we've got Jay moving forward. Big right hand. Big right hand. Again, good head movement. Nice shot coming in. It's really close. Swingler is the one that's on the front foot. It's just a little bit of evidence there, maybe, that Nick's feeling the pain a little bit. The arms are getting a bit heavy. Clinching up at the moment. Referee coming in, separating them apart. Both guys looking to engage again. And it's Swingler with a big right hand. And it feels like Swingler is definitely unloading now. And we're seeing Nick sticking his tongue out. He just weathered a bit of a storm, but that looked good to the judges. And that is a lovely body shot by Swingler. Ducks underneath. Bang! Left hook to the body. That was beautiful by Swingler. And I think this has been a turning point. I think Nick definitely had a good first round in him. I think Nick definitely showed he's got some skill. But I think now we're starting to see Swingler growing into the fight. And this feels like it's a Swingler round. Nick definitely starting to feel the effects. He's got the hand down low. He's inviting Swingler onto him. Nick back against the ropes. There's a hook shot that comes in. Swingler again coming forward. Couple of jabs coming in. Body shot coming in there by Swingler. Swingler trying to find a way forward. He's got Nick backed in the corner. Nick jabbing away. I would rather have a dart fruit than a wife. Again, coming forward, Swingler is the one that's stalking after Nick. Lovely hook shot there by Swingler. Eating some body shots, though. He's eating some punishment. I still think that's a Swingler round. Wow. Wow. Amazing scenes here in the main event of this show. It's probably 1-1. Probably 1-1. I think that first round is quite close. I feel like Nick might be getting that first round because of how surprised we were that he was as good as what he is. I mean, 6 months, as I said, if he was to take this serious, really throw himself at it, I don't know where Nick could get. He's got some lovely movement to him. And seemingly he can take some punishment. When he throws, he tends to throw with a bit of combination. I mean, honestly, it really looks like Nick would be a problem for King Kenny. King Kenny just really was not throwing much out. Might be a bit small for Kenny, I'm not sure, but either way. Right, boom. Shot coming into the midsection. We've got Nick backing up a bit. Swingler in the center. Couple of jabs coming in there by Nick. And Nick getting backed up. Swingler taking punishment. I mean, look, when Swingler's under pressure, he doesn't use footwork to get out of there. He doesn't use head movement. He doesn't do anything like that. He literally just gets his hands up. And that is his defense. But I don't think it looks brilliant to the judges because even though a lot of those shots might be going onto the guards, there's going to be a few shots that are getting through to the body. And so some of those shots are going to count. I would like to see him use his movement to get out of there a little bit more. Maybe throw some counters, throw some shots off the back foot. But a couple of shots getting in here by Nick, you know. A Couple of shots getting in by Nick in this third round. I think Nick's looking the better here. That's a lovely uppercut. It's a lovely hook shot. Nick's doing well, you know. Nick's got a bit more bounce to him in this round. He seemed tired in the second, but he's got a bit of bounce back. Got a bit of bounce back. This is a proper fight, you know. It's a proper fight. Swingler on the front foot. We got 1 minute 30 left on the clock in this round. Oh, big shots coming in by Swingler, but Nick responds with a big right hand of his own. Swingler has got Nick back against the ropes. He's the more aggressor. That's a lovely. That's lovely. That is great work by Swingler. Slips underneath that jab. Slips underneath. Bang to the body. Changing levels as well. Working the body. Going upstairs. There's some really good stuff in here by Swingler. It's just that Nick is able to respond with some shots of his own. Swingler's defense is literally just to put his hands up. And as I said, you know, I think he just accepts like the offense of his opponent just a bit too easily. I think he could use his footwork. He could get out of there. There's definitely things he could do to not take the amount of punishment that he takes. But, oh, yeah, I mean, look at that. That's a jab by Nick. And straight down the middle. Nick did make the comment, you know, that Swingler had beaten Churdley's. And really, that wasn't anything to shout about. Right now, we've got Nick with his hands down, backing away. Oh, 1-2. Bang, bang by Swingler. That got through. That definitely gave Nick something to think about. He's getting real success with that combo. Lovely shots. Goes to the body with the left. Goes upstairs with the right. Bang, bang. He hit it twice in a row. And that was really good for Swingler. Might have just given him the rounds. Oh. Oh. Rifty, shout out to you, buds. 2-1 to Nick, said TTIG. Guys, fire in your thoughts. What are you seeing? What are you seeing? Oh, that was lovely. Look at that. Lovely shot there by Jay, but it's undeniable that Nick had his moments. I think I've got it 2-1 to Jay. I think I've got it 2-1 to Jay at the moment. We are seeing Deen the Great celebrating. We're seeing some of the fighters that have fought tonight in the crowd. We've got one more round to go. One more round to go. Here we go. Main event. Very, very close. People putting their thoughts in. We got people leaning 2-1 Nick. We got people leaning 2-1 Jay. Nick is the GOAT for me, said Jeffrey. How many rounds? This is the final round. Oliver, shout out to you. What do you think about JMX against Bell for Misfits 06? I'm excited for it, yeah. Let's see it. JMX has looked pretty good. Bell, I haven't seen much of him. I think we did. I can't remember if we did his fight against Uriah Hall. Swing and a miss there. Either way, I'm down for it. Should be a really fun show. Okay, we've got Swingler coming forward. I really feel like neither fighter can be confident. And I've got to be honest, which either way this goes, because it's so close at the moment, I don't think there's going to be a robbery. Lovely work. If they give it to Nick, then I think Nick's, you know, done enough. If they give it to Swingler, that's absolutely fine as well. Could be a big final round, this. It's quite even in this final minute. Hook shot comes in there by Nick. Nick's arms are low. He's definitely feeling it. Definitely feeling it. I feel like the gas tank for Nick is empty. The arms are heavy. And right now, Swingler just getting a few shots off. Nick is still working, though, getting a few jabs through. He loves that combo, doesn't he? He loves that combo, Swingler. The left to the body, the right upstairs. It just works for him. Some shots coming back, though, by Nick. I think you're gonna see and hear a lot of respect from Jay Swingler for what Nick has been able to achieve here, because he has really, really giving a good account of himself. And as we said, there's plenty in the chat that think that he's winning this. Jay is got to do more. He's getting backed up. That's good work there by Nick. Really good work. Jab coming in there by Nick. Body shot coming in. Uppercut there by Nick as well. 1-2 coming back. And a jab again by Jay. Grabbing the hold of the head. Referee coming in. Going to separate them apart. We've got a big final 40 seconds. Big final 40 seconds. Jab coming in there by Nick. Again, he's trying to jab away. 1-2. You can see Jay's head bouncing back. Oh, which way is this going to go? Which way is this going to go? Honestly, there's not much in this at all. We've got Nick backing up. 1-2 straight down the middle. Jab coming back, though. Crowd making noise. Crowd really enjoying what they're seeing. Big body shot there, and that is the end of the fight. Get in your scores. Get in your scores. I think that could be 2-2 for me. And I'm not just saying that. I think it was 2-1 to Jay. Jay is the aggressor. Jay is the one that's on the front foot a lot. Jay is getting through with shots, but it's undeniable. It's undeniable that Nick is getting through with shots as well. I think that was a bigger challenge than what Jay was expecting. Gamerboy said 3-1. It absolutely could be. It could be 3-1 to Jay. It could be 3-1 to Nick. People are really split on this, look. I wonder if I can get a poll. It'd be great if I could. I wonder if a poll will actually work. Let's have a look and see if we can get one going. Who won? Let's ask the question. Is it Swingler or is it... Is it going to go in? No. I thought we was going to get the poll in, but it's still not working. Get your thoughts in, though. J31. J31 said do. 3-1 said Rifty. Draw. Says Jaden. Draw, says Ollie. Charlie said 3-1 Jay. Helpless Fox says 2-2. Jaden said draw. Tyler says Jay. Rifty, okay. G. Misfits 6 announced, said J14. First Misfits main event to go decision, said Biscuit Boy. KMJ said, how many rounds are there? There was 4. We've done those 4. It's really close. It's really close. I feel like we've said that a lot tonight, actually. Leighton said 3-1 Jay. Chris says 3-1 Jay. Jaden said draw. Christopher says 2-2. Braden said 2-2 or Jay wins on split. I mean, don't forget, we're in Telford. It's very close. You've got to think that probably favors Jay Swingler. Yeah, it was very entertaining. Okay, we've got Swingler just going around and embracing a lot of different people. 3-1 Nick says Neminator. Draw, said Sean. Draw, said Rifty. Anthony said it sounded pretty close. Yeah, I mean, even the commentators are saying if you go on volume, then Nick might just get it. But if you go on effective shots and who was being the aggressor, then you would go with Jay. I think you can make an argument for it being 2-2. I think you can make an argument for it being 3-1. I mean, I don't feel like either guy took this 4 rounds to 0. I tell you, though, Jay did say that if he lost, he would give his car to Nick. $39.36 to Swingler. 38-38. Winner. It's Swingler. Wow. It's Jay Swingler. So 39-36 to Jay Swingler. 39-37 to Jay Swingler. And 38-38. He gets the decision. Wow. And he goes down onto his knees. He's very emotional. Wow, he's very emotional. He's very emotional. That took a lot, man. That took a lot for him. I think that was way harder than he was expecting. Look, and he embraces Nick, and honestly, like some of the words being shared, I should imagine there's a lot of respect being shown in there. Look, there's a big smile on their faces. Jay is walking around and holding up the hands of Nick, getting the crowd to cheer him. Crying after beating him. He has no hype against good fighters, said Pedro. Fight of the night. Jay Swingler by majority decision. So New Orleans and Nashville next, apparently. So we're going from Telford to New Orleans, Nashville, and then London. Yeah, do you know what? The future is bright for Nick. That was a really good performance by him. Brad said, can't wait for Mania and for Cody to get the win. John said, first UFC fight is fire. Yeah, shame that there was this overlap. We will get to that stream as soon as we can. But there was no way we could abandon this. Absolute incredible action, incredible scenes. Jay versus KSI next, said Sabrina. I don't think so. I think if this was maybe a different time, then I could see us doing something like that. But I think there's a lot of pressure on KSI to get ready and get built up for that Jake Paul fight. And I think that Jake Paul fight is going to be very... I think that fight happens regardless. I don't think that fight's in danger. We spoke about it earlier. I think there's too much money on the line. I think there's too many people that want to see that fight. And so I think that fight will go ahead. But that means that ASI can't be really messing around with people that are kind of in the influencer space. He needs to move more into people that are in the actual fighting space. He needs to move into the world of the Woodleys, the Anderson Silvers, people of that sphere, of that ilk. So I don't think we're going to be seeing KSI taking on the likes of Jay or King Kenny or Salt Pappy, or I don't think we're going to see that at the moment. I think it's going to be a Woodley. I think it's going to be a Silver. I think it's going to be Nate Diaz. I think it's going to be like people along those lines as he gets ready for Jake Paul. NICHLMAO is making his way up the entrance ramp. I do want to just hear from Swingler. So NICHLMAO. Yeah. Jay versus Ryan Taylor would be the fight, says Bizwaz. What was the score? 39-36 for Jay, 39-37 for Jay, and 38-38. Yeah, Nick said it's not about winning or losing. He says, thank you so much. Jay says, 100% that was more difficult than I was expecting. I thought I would walk all over this guy, and I was wrong. I want to hear a big round of applause for this guy. This man is a warrior. Crowd are great, man. Crowd are great. Has the fight happened? It has, yeah. Are you going to do Tank Ryan Garcia? Yes, buds. Yeah, yeah. We do a lot of fights. We did we'll do Tyson Fury against Usyk. I don't think we can do the Anthony Joshua one, unfortunately, because I think it's the same night as WrestleMania. So we're doing WrestleMania, obviously. So yeah, Misfits, we're going to look to keep doing those, of course. Any Jake future fights, anything really. I mean, Canelo, we do Canelo fights. Tank Garcia, we're going to absolutely be doing that. We've done 2 previous Tank fights. I think we did Garcia's previous couple of fights as well. We do as many as we can, basically. Yep. What next? What next for Jay? He said he wants Gib. He said that will be a war. He says, I'm really glad I didn't just steamroller through this guy. I'm glad that I got the rounds. He said it might be a bit early to speak about some of the performances that I've seen tonight. Don't know what he means by that. Definitely implying that there's some stuff that either caught his attention or he thought was disappointing and wanted to call some people out. But either way, he's kept it classy. Kept it classy and said that he wants the Gib rematch at the end of the year. So, did you know that the Killers aren't British? I only found out recently. I think I always knew that they were from. Aren't they from Las Vegas? Aren't they from Las Vegas? I think that's why their second album was called Sam's Town. Because I think that might be actually connected to where they're from. I don't think it's a good idea if Jake was to go straight into a rematch, says Raheem. Sabrina, shout out to you. Right, UFC. Yes, we're going to go off and do that. It's going to take me a second just to set that up, but we will be going over to that very, very soon. So, right, really appreciate the support. Really appreciate the support. I hope you enjoyed watching this event with us. It has now come to a close. In fact, they very quickly just went. I didn't even see them say, that's it, done. They were talking to Jay Swingler. Literally, they must have just gone, right, thanks for watching. Boom, done. Perhaps they just wanted to be off by 11 or something. I'm not sure. It's coming up to 11 o'clock here in the UK. We are going to be back in 5 minutes, if that. I need to just obviously get this stream shut down and then go over to UFC. But we will be back with UFC literally very, very soon. So we'll be back doing that. If not, we are back tomorrow with AEW. And if you're just not a fan of any of that, but you're a fan of Misfits, we will be back for the next Misfits. So make sure that you either join us for that or stop by and share your thoughts in the chat. Awesome, guys. Thank you so much for joining us. It really is appreciated. Loved it. Had a great time, and I hope you did as well. And I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.